What's up, Earthrockers? It's your boy Shovatar. I'm finally back to finally talk about Portrait of Ruin. Portrait of Ruin is a really, really interesting game. In fact, it's so interesting that I almost don't even know where to start. I guess I'll start off by talking a little bit about the game's concept. The game is a direct sequel to Castlevania Bloodlines, which is interesting in and of itself. Castlevania Bloodlines was a game for the Sega Genesis with a kind of a strange premise that departed in many ways from like standard Castlevania fare. Where Castlevania Bloodlines took place in like 1910, it incorporated elements of the original Dracula novel into its storyline. You don't play as a Belmont, you play as a Morris. And I think Quincy Morris is a character from the Dracula novel. Very, very strange game. And if you're curious to see that game, I have some footage of it on my channel. The gameplay is not great, and the commentary footage is sort of like, it's me with my old terrible headset microphone, so I'm not super happy about it, but if you're curious to see what it looks like, I would advise checking that out, because the game is very odd. It looks odd, the storyline is odd, it has that Genesis sound chip, so it kind of sounds odd. Everything about it is strange, which is why it was so surprising to me when I learned that Portrait of Ruin was a direct sequel to it. The DS trilogy in general kind of feels like they didn't really know what to do, or to make the point more broadly, pretty much everything after Symphony of the Night kind of feels like they don't quite know what to do. Like, Circle of the Moon was its own thing that existed in basically its own continuity. Harmony of Dissonance is just kind of like a weird add-on to Simon's Quest. Aria and Dawn of Sorrow basically take place in like their own universe. And so then with Portrait of Ruin, they do this thing that seems almost like they're grasping at straws for anything in the history of the franchise they can turn to get more ideas from. But in actuality, the idea of a sequel to Bloodlines that took place in World War II, to add on to the fact that Bloodlines was happening during World War I, was actually in the works all the way back during the planning stages of Castlevania Bloodlines. There's this fascinating document that I saw the other day. I forget where. I think that's on the Castlevania fandom wiki somewhere, but somebody posted it on a message board. It's this PDF that's like a design document in Castlevania Bloodlines, kind of, explaining the storyline and explaining the origins of the characters and explaining where Bloodlines fits into the larger Castlevania timeline, which is really interesting to me because Bloodlines is so weird that I always assumed it was existing in like its own continuity. But no, they were thinking of it as part of the larger storyline from the start, which is interesting. I sort of disagree with it because I have the same objection to the concept of any game with Dracula taking place after Symphony of the Night that I have with every game that includes that, which is that I think Symphony of the Night is a pretty definitive conclusion to Dracula's story, but Bloodlines doesn't bother me as much because it's so weird that it's easy for me to sort of compartmentalize it into its own continuity, into its own larger storyline. So here are our two protagonists. I'm going to explain a little bit about the baseline mechanics of the game and about why I'm playing on normal mode and not hard mode. The baseline mechanics are there are two playable characters. There's Jonathan and Charlotte. But I'm going to be playing almost exclusively as Jonathan during this footage. Charlotte is going to be helping out a little bit, and I'm going to be utilizing dual crushes, which I'll talk about what dual crushes are a little bit later. But generally speaking, it's going to be the Jonathan show for this video, and then I'm going to post a separate playthrough and a separate video, which I might also commentate, I don't know yet, where I play mostly as Charlotte instead. And the reason that I'm doing that is because the baseline concept behind the swapping between different characters mechanic is it's drawing from Dracula's Curse. Because Igarashi loves Dracula's Curse. I fucking love Dracula's Curse. And one of the things that makes Dracula's Curse so interesting is Dracula's Curse is a Castlevania game where you can swap back and forth between different characters to solve different problems. But the difference between a game like Dracula's Curse and a game like Portrait of Ruin is just that the baseline way that the games are designed are different, because the things that the other playable characters in Dracula's Curse helped you out with were like utility, like hanging on to different sub-weapons, or helping you just navigate the levels in general. Whereas in Portrait of Ruin, as in like Julius mode for Dawn of Sorrow, all enemies basically do the same. All playable characters rather basically do the same thing, which is they help you defeat enemies on the screen. And so the impetus to constantly swap back and forth between them to solve different problems is not really there in the same way. I mean, there are problems that Charlotte is better at dealing with than Jonathan in general combat, but they're very, very minimal. I can only think of really one or two places where I can absolutely say with certainty, yes, Charlotte would be better here than Jonathan. Mostly, Jonathan's better at combat, and combat is all there is in these games anymore, so there's no, like, excuse me, there's no consideration for utility. And I'm not really complaining about that, like, I don't have a problem with that, I'm just saying that that's why I didn't really feel... It didn't make that much sense to me to... It made more sense to me to try to play the game with both characters individually rather than with both characters together. And that decision did ultimately have some negative consequences towards the middle of the game and towards the late game, which I'll talk about when I get to them. And if you know anything about the game, you probably already can think of a couple problems with the idea of only playing this game as Jonathan. And yes, chances are you and I are thinking of the same problems, if that's the case. Here's an exciting opening where the behemoth, who's half torn apart, chases after our dashing hero, Jonathan Morris, son of Chad Belmont from Castlevania Bloodlines. So that's sort of like the baseline concept of the game. Other systems, there are sub-weapons in Portrait of Ruin, like the one that I just got. And the way the sub-weapons work are interesting. One of my biggest complaints about Dawn of Sorrow was the fact that in Dawn of Sorrow you have to farm specific drops from enemies in order to get weapon upgrades. And in Portrait of Ruin you don't have to do that, but in Portrait of Ruin what they did instead was that the way sub-weapons work for Jonathan is that sub-weapons will get stronger the more you use them. Basically the game keeps track of how many times you kill a certain enemy with a certain sub-weapon, or like if you damage an enemy with a sub-weapon then kill it with a whip, like it still counts as like killing the enemy with that sub-weapon, and it accumulates and it records that by accumulating skill points assigned to each individual sub-weapon. And the more skill points you have in a particular sub-weapon, the more damage it does. And then if you reach a certain threshold of skill points, then the sub-weapon gets permanently upgraded to a much stronger version of itself. This is a fine idea in concept, because there are so many different sub-weapons in the game, it makes sense to reward the player. If the player picks a sub-weapon that they like to use, it makes sense to reward them for continuing to use it and to learn it properly, right? The issue is that a lot of the sub-weapons are very, very similar in terms of their function. And the other problem is that some sub-weapons that might be more situationally useful than other sub-weapons have very high skill point requirements to achieve mastery, and you can be left in the situation where, let's say you want to use a certain sub-weapon in the late game, but it's only really going to be good in the late game. You're now incentivized to use a sub-weapon in situations where it's not really that good, just to get skill points with it, so that way it's better later in the game, and it doesn't really feel good to use something that's not good in a particular situation. So I think that it had a few little... I think the system has had a few bugs to work out. The game was fortunate in that the way that the sub-weapons work in practice doesn't really turn the skill point system into a problem. I'm going to wait a little bit to talk about that. I'm going to talk a little bit about what's going on screen here. This gentleman is the centerpiece of another one of Portrait of Ruin's more questionable systems, which is the quest system. The quest system means that Wind will occasionally tell you to go do things in other parts of the castle, and then if you go do them and then come back to him, he'll give you a reward. Most of the rewards are not really relevant. There are a couple in the early game that are important because he gives you some good sub-weapons. He gives you the Bible and he gives you the cross, both of which I'm going to be using in this run. But most of his rewards are not super important. The thing is, though, that you do have to engage with the quest system, because he gives you a quest to access the last level of the game, which is not the last level of the game. This is going to be hard to describe. So there are paintings in the castle, and the paintings are like levels in and of themselves. And the 9th painting is called the Nest of Evil. And if you want to get the Nest of Evil, you need a certain amount of map completion, and then you need to finish a quest from Wind. But in order to get new quests from Wind, you have to finish old quests from Wind. So if you want to get to the Nest of Evil, you have to maintain a certain amount of engagement with the quest system, such that you can keep getting access to the newer quests until you get the Nest of Evil. and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. But the consequence of that is that you do have to deal with the system, and the system is not implemented in a way that's that great, and it's a real like devil in the details kind of thing, because Wind has a bad habit of telling you to go to places after you've already been there. Like there's the third painting called the Nation of Fools. He has a quest that tells you to go to the Nation of Fools, but the quest only becomes available after you kill the boss inside the Nation of Fools, which doesn't make much sense to me. To be fair, there's kind of an incentive to go back to the Nation of Fools anyway, even after you kill the boss, so it's not that bad, but it's still kind of annoying. And so here, I'm going to buy the sub-weapon that I'm going to be using for the majority of the entire game, the Shuriken. And this is what I mean when I say that the sub-weapon system works out pretty well, because the Shuriken is the best sub-weapon in the game, I think, for general usage, and it has a very low mastery skill point requirement. It's only about 300. For comparison, the Bible, which is the other thing that's like generally useful, has this maximum skill point cap of 2,000, which is really, really rough. It's like to the point where if you're not using the Bible the whole time, you are not going to have it mastered by the time you get to the late game, and it's not as good as the Shuriken in most situations. So this is an interesting development. This is something that I talked about before when I talked about the storylines in these games in past videos, is I talked about what would it be like if you created a game where the antagonist is just some different vampire besides Dracula, and that's what Portrait of Ruin does. Interestingly, it's not Elizabeth, the vampire from Bloodlines. I guess she must be dead. But people don't generally always stay dead in Castlevania games. Anyway, point is, different vampire. Bronner is the guy's name. Painter. Painter Man. Painter Man, paint evil paintings, paint magic castle, evil painting man, do thing. That's Bronner. It does finally answer a question that I had, which is that are there other vampires besides Dracula? Yes, there are. It makes sense that there would be, based on what the games have loosely established. This is a cute little moment. I guess I'll just be quiet for a little bit to let Charlotte explain the whole painting thing in case you don't get it. It's pretty charming to see a Castlevania character say quantum space. That's funny. It reminds you that this game took place in 1944. Although it did quantum... I don't know anything about quantum physics. I don't know if the word quantum would be in common parlance, would be in like academic parlance in 1944. I have no idea. When I first heard that Portrait of Ruin took place in World War II, I was like, okay, am I gonna fight Nazis? Is there gonna be like Nazi vampires? But no, they circumvent that. Instead, they set it up more the way that Bloodlines sets up its connection with World War I, which is the death and destruction of the World War is just sort of a catalyst for the return of Dracula's castle. It's an opportunity, essentially, for the forces of evil to exert themselves. And what's interesting is that Bloodlines was a world tour game. You go to, like, Greece, and then you go to Italy, and then you go to Germany, and then you go to, like, Great Britain. Like, you go all over the place in Bloodlines. And you go all over the place in Portrait of Ruin, too, but you go all over the place in a different way, where it's an interesting... It's like they wanted to do the world tour thing in Bloodlines again, but they needed some different method of implementing it. And the way that they decided was this painting concept, where Bronner has these evil paintings full of evil magic, and that's what he's using to control the castle, and you have to go to the paintings and defeat the evil magic to defeat the castle. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, it's fine. It's fine for what it is. This is actually also a good time to talk a little bit about why I'm playing on normal mode. I'm a guy who appreciates a challenge. You know, I love Dracula's Curse. Dracula's Curse is like one of my favorite games in the whole series. Bloodlines is a pretty fucking hard game, but I like Bloodlines. So why am I playing on normal mode and not hard mode? Portrait of Ruin hard mode. I think in one of my Dawn of Sorrow videos, I said that playing Portrait of Ruin on hard mode is like sticking your dick in a blender. And I stand by that statement, generally speaking. Hard mode, it's kind of a tricky thing, because here's the absolute basic conundrum that I encountered when I was deciding whether or not to play this game on normal mode versus hard mode. The problem is that normal mode is too easy and hard mode is too hard. Hard mode feels like it's balanced around New Game Plus, and New Game Plus in this game, there's New Game Plus in this game like there's New Game Plus in Aria of Sorrow and Dawn of Sorrow. The difference is that this time I actually engaged with New Game Plus, which I'll talk more about later, but New Game Plus lets you keep like items, lets you maintain sub-weapon masteries, because otherwise you'd have to like refarm masteries every time you wanted to play the game again. So New Game Plus makes it so you don't have to do that. But playing hard mode on like a fresh file, even hard mode max level 50, where because hard mode has different level caps. There's like max level 50, which is functionally like no level cap because you're never going to get above level 50 in normal gameplay. Max level 25, which is sort of like a middle ground, and then max level 1, which is basically the hardest way to play the game, is hard mode max level 1 on a fresh save file without New Game Plus. But it's just like insane. like playing hard mode max level 50 on a fresh file is actually harder than doing this jump is, which might be difficult to believe. But it's just so insane. Like in hard mode max level and hard mode on a fresh file, like the City of Haze is actually ridiculous. It's the most dramatic reverse difficulty curve I think I've ever seen in a video game. Where, when I say reverse difficulty curve, I mean where the game is harder at the start and then gets easier as it goes on. And lots of RPG-style games with leveling up mechanics, have these. And hard mode on fresh file for Portrait of Ruin has like the most dramatic reverse difficulty curve I've ever seen. It's like you start off on the fucking peak of Mount Everest. In terms of like that's where the difficulty curve starts. The City of Haze on hard mode is like absurd. Everything fucking two-shots you. Some things literally one-shot you, like the giant birds that ride on the backs of cats. If they stab you with their sword, which they will sometimes do, you will get one shot, because it'll tick for 78 twice, like almost instantly, which will kill you. So, hard mode... If hard mode's early game wasn't so ridiculous, I would consider doing hard mode instead of normal mode, but the early game is just so insane. It does kind of even out by the time you get to, by the time you get to the Nation of Fools, it's pretty much fine. But you have to deal with, like, the Sandy Grave is fucking insane. The City of Haze is fucking insane. And the City of Haze, the boss in the City of Haze is kind of ridiculous on hard mode. Which I'm going to wait to talk about until we get to him. So that's my basic reasoning, is that hard mode is... Because okay, like, to be totally real with you guys, like, the consequence of hard mode being so much harder in Portrait of Ruin is just that you end up drinking more potions. Like, it's too hard to make a no-items run like what I did with Harmony of Dissonance or Aria of Sorrow viable, in my opinion, just because it's so punishing and it's so easy to get hit by all the ridiculous, like, shit that hard mode throws at you. So, saying I'm not going to use potions at all is not really... feasible. And once you open the door to the use of healing items, now the game's difficulty becomes like, well, now I have to like run back to the merchant to buy more potions because I got hit once in the City of Haze and I don't want to go through the next part of the City of Haze being like 2 hits or like 1 hit away from death. So the ultimate consequence of the higher difficulty is just that the game becomes more tedious. And you know, you might disagree with that. You might think, you know, what's the distinction between tedium and like higher difficulty? But the ultimate deciding factor was the fact that I was going to upload this shit to YouTube, because I did have a run that I recorded where it was max level 50, hard mode on a fresh file, but the video ended up being like 7 hours long. And I was just like, no one's gonna watch this. Like, no one's gonna watch a 7-hour video. And if it's just like Portrait of Ruin, and the gameplay is just not like fun. There's nothing visually engaging about someone opening up the item screen to use a potion over and over again, or like running back to a save station because they got hit once and they don't want to like die, or like going back to the merchant to like stock up on potions between every zone. It's just not like it's just not fun to watch. So, you know, I'm not going to say that the increase in difficulty in hard mode is not legitimate. Obviously, it is a lot harder, but just kind of for the purposes of how I wanted to play the game and what seemed the most fun and what seemed the most feasible, I decided on normal mode. And I really wish there was a middle ground, because to kind of give you guys an example of like the difference between normal mode and hard mode is like those bone throwers guys, those slingers, right? One of those guys is going to hit me later in this footage, I think, and it's going to do 1 damage. But the slingers on hard mode max level 50 will do like 65 damage. So it's not like they're doing double damage like in Harmony of Dissonance, it's that they're doing 50 times the damage they were doing before. You know? It's like ridiculous. Speaking of ridiculous, the Doulahan boss on hard mode is also ridiculous. Because, so if what had just happened there had happened on hard mode, I would be dead. Because on hard mode, the Doulahan does everything way faster. He will, like, jump at you way faster. And this attack that he does here, which... Do I get hit by this? No, I don't. So the way that he does that attack in hard mode is that the 5th little, like, red skull that he shoots out will split into 4 different skulls, which you have to try to, like, find the gap between them and like stand between where they're going to impact in order to avoid getting hit by them. The problem is that like it's just really hard to figure out where that gap is in the brief window of time you have between him summoning them and them actually reaching the floor. Like there's really no good way to... I mean, you would just have to memorize like roughly how far in front of him you have to be in order to avoid it, which is just kind of annoying. And like I thought I had it down at one point where like I was doing the duel, I was practicing the Doulahan on hard mode, and I thought that I had like the distance ahead of him you have to be to avoid like the split skull attack down. But the problem was that like I had it down when he was facing to the right, but like if he starts facing to the left and he starts doing it, then suddenly I couldn't figure out the distance anymore. My like a visual understanding of what was going on got all like fucked up. And for what it's worth, like that might have seemed easy, but the Doulahan, if the Doulahan hits you, he hits you like really hard, even on normal mode. Like those skull attacks, if they hit Jonathan, will do like 65 damage, because I think they hit you because they do magic damage, and there's 2 defense stats. There's defense and mind. Defense is for physical damage, mind is for magic damage, and Jonathan has low mind, so magic hits him really hard. Here's this vampire chick. She's all smug. She's doing another RPG thing, which is saying, I could crush you like bugs, but I'm not going to do it right now. Which there actually is kind of they could have crafted a credible excuse for why they're doing that, but they never quite did it. I have an idea, which I'll bring up when that story element is brought up again. So that's the first boss. That's the first painting. Not quite done yet, because there's like a few last rooms in the City of Haze I gotta get through. Actually, there's some pretty annoying rooms. There's some rooms where you have to like jump and climb around, which are... I've talked before about really these games don't feel like the fact that you can't double jump at the start of the game makes it feel bad usually. Like when I play these games over and over again, like typically I'm spending like 80% of a run or like 90% of a run with a double jump, so I'm just used to navigating with the double jump. So then when I start off a new run and I have to play through that first like 10 or 20% with no double jump, it feels really bad. So having to do these like vertical sections with no double jump kind of feels like garbage, but it's not a huge deal. And this is another like issue with the City of Haze. It's not just like the numerical, yeah, see 1 damage. Like, that's kind of insulting, to be honest with you. And then contrast that with if this is hard mode, I'd be dead right now. Maybe I wouldn't be dead, but I'd have like 40 health, and I'd be 1 hit away from death. Now I'd be dead if this is hard mode. Or to put it more accurately, I would have just chugged a bunch of potions. Although, to be like totally honest, if this is hard mode, I probably would have just died on the fucking Doulahan, because that's what happens in hard mode. You just die to the Doulahan. What was I fucking saying? Yeah, verticality. That's the other thing about the City of Haze that makes it difficult. It's not just the numerical, it's not just the fact that enemies do a bunch of damage, it's the way that the levels are designed, and the way the enemies are laid out in the levels kind of also makes it really hard. If the consequence for getting hit by them is you lose like a third of your health, which is what it is. Oh, and also in hard mode, you deal 25% less damage, which I have kind of a problem with. I think it would have been enough to just make it so the enemies like 3-shot you, but the fact that hard mode also reduces the damage you deal is something that I really think is annoying. Like I just can't think of a good reason to do it. Because, like, yeah, I've talked about this before in other videos, but I'll just repeat myself. Yes, obviously, it's harder to have to hit the same enemy multiple times to kill it, but it's just not something that I think is very fun. I don't like damage sponge enemies. I like classic Castlevania-style combat, where you take a lot of damage and you deal a lot of damage, and that way combat is over fast and it's kind of decided quickly. And you don't have to spend a bunch of time doing the same thing or fighting the same enemy. But that's kind of a secondary concern. The bigger problem with hard mode in Portrait of Ruin is that it is just so fucking hard. This is another great example of like, if this was hard mode, I would not go this way at all. Like, I would just turn around and leave, because I'm gonna come back to the City of Haze later to do some quests, because this is the first incarnation of the annoying thing that Wind does, where Wind tells you to go back to a place you've already been. Like, as soon as I get out of the City of Haze here and go back talk to Wind, he's going to tell me to come back in here and do something. Which I'm not going to do, I'm going to wait until later, because there are you can get a couple of quests done at once on a second trip to the City of Haze. And also, I have to worry about map completion, because if you want to get to the Nest of Evil, you need 888% map completion. Every painting counts as its own 100% of the map, which is why there's 888%. And the Nest of Evil is, of course, the 9th painting, so what that means is that you need to get... you can only have 12%... You can only be missing 12% map completion in order to get the Nest of Evil, and not all map completion is created equal, because the castle is 100%, but then each of the individual levels, each of the paintings is also 100%. And what that means is that the castle is way bigger than the painting, so, like, one square in a painting level is going to be worth more percentage than one square in Dracula's castle, which means that there's like a couple of levels in Portrait of Ruin where you need the flight skill. It's not bat form, you turn into an owl. You need that to get to like one square of the map, but that one square could be worth like 1 whole percent, so you need to do it. Which is annoying. I talked in my Symphony of the Night video about how map completion is not really a fun mechanic, and I kind of resent the fact that Portrait of Ruin brought it back. It's really going to come to a head, actually, in the next painting that I go to, the Sandy Grave, because the Sandy Grave has some squares that you can't discover on the map unless you use, like, the super jump that you get in the late game to, like, bonk your head against the ceiling. It's really annoying. Another thing about hard mode is that in hard mode, like, the enemies, a lot of enemy behavior is different. Like, the axe armors that I was fighting earlier, in hard mode, their axes can, like, swerve down in midair to come at, like, back at you again. So it's not like you can just crouch and, it's not like you can just crouch and hit them. I also want to point out that the DS trilogy is now 2 for 2 for having a really good second boss theme and a really fucking boring first boss theme. Like, you might notice that the Doulahan boss was playing different boss music, and that's because the Doulahan boss actually plays the boss music that normally plays for all, like, the late game bosses. Whereas the Behemoth there was playing, like, the early game boss theme, which is boring. It was very smart of them to have the Doulahan play the late game boss music, because the Doulahan as a boss is actually like a gigantic... It's a really bizarre spike in difficulty, actually, even in the normal game. Because when I like, I've talked about how it's incredibly hard on hard mode, but even on normal mode, like, the first time I got to the Doulahan, like, it just fucking killed me, and I was like, what the fuck is this game? Like, I had no idea what was going on. And nothing else in the boss, no other boss in Portrait of Ruin really kicked my ass that hard until I got to the Grim Reaper, of course, but that's going to be in a little bit. So here is boring, useless cave level, number 1, 2, 3, 4. I think every Castlevania game that I've played now has had, not 4, like number 12. Pretty much every Castlevania game that I've played has like a boring cave level. I mean, this isn't literally a cave, it's a prison, but it feels like a cave because it's underground. These fuckers. See, this is what I mean. Like, I don't really feel like I did anything wrong there. Like, obviously I did, right? Because he hit me, but I was basically a second too late. Because usually what I do is I'll throw 2 shurikens and then I'll crouch and then whip. But there I was like a second too late and he hit me. And I took 9 damage there, but if this was hard mode I would have just taken like 50 damage, right? And it's... Speaking of behavior, on hard mode, these fucking frozen shades will, like... They'll probably do it in a second here. They do, like, an icicle attack, which, like, shoots at... Yeah, so if this is hard mode, in hard mode, those icicles come out, like, almost instantly. Like, you have almost no time to react to them. You just, like, have to, I guess, summon Charlotte for Raging Fire to intercept them or something. I'd be dead by now, by the way, if this is hard mode, taking all those hits. I probably would have died to the Mudman after getting hit by the Frozen Shade, but... The Invisible Man enemy that I just killed is also pretty tough to fight, because he's super fast. I actually kind of get my ass kicked by one a little bit later in this footage, so you'll see like what the problem is. The problem is just that he's like really fast, and you have to kill him really fast, and that's hard to do. I'm very glad that I discovered the shuriken when I did, because the first time I played through the game I actually didn't use the shuriken. I don't remember what I used. I think I just didn't really use sub-weapons very much at all, which is not a smart thing to do. But then when I tried the shuriken from the vendor, I realized that it was pretty indisputably the best sub-weapon in the game for general usage, because it's super fast and it does a bunch of damage. And you haven't even seen, like, it does pretty good damage now, but once it's mastered, you throw 4 shurikens and it does, like, even more damage. So it does a bunch of damage really fast. The only downside is that you do have to, is that they get thrown downwards, so you do kind of have to jump in order to use it, but that's, like, a very minor problem. Because you want to jump generally in these Metroidvania games. I've talked about this before, how, like, the fact that you have full map, or full air control, rather, means that jumping is generally smart because it lets you minutely alter your horizontal position in mid-air, as opposed to if you try to attack on the ground, you're now, like, committed to whatever your horizontal position was at the time that you did that. Oh yeah, I should talk about the bats too. In hard mode, the bats, like, are super fast, and they arc up towards you really fast, and they hit you for, like, 65 damage, so... The zombie dragon is also an interesting enemy, because the zombie dragon will punish you for trying to maintain distance. You pretty much want to get close to it, because if you stay far away, he'll do like he'll do like a poison breath attack, or like a fire breath attack, and those both do a lot of damage. And it would be especially bad on Jonathan, because I'm pretty sure they would hit my mind stat, which would mean that, like, they would just fucking destroy me. Excuse me. So I'm talking a lot about hard mode, and you might wonder, you know, Showatar, do you have any hard mode footage? Yes, I'm going to be posting 2 runs per character. 2 Jonathan runs, 2 Charlotte runs. One is going to be just normal mode, which I'm probably going to use more to talk about, like, the game conceptually, talk about the storyline, like, what's going on, my general thoughts on it. And then I'm going to have a hard mode max level 1, but with New Game Plus for the other one. And that's going to be more of, like... That's going to be more like playing what, for lack of a better term, I'll say a normal Castlevania game. Because having max level 1 means there's no level ups. New Game Plus means I already have all, like, the abilities that I'm going to have. All the abilities that I want to have for the whole game. And when I played Dawn of Sorrow, I didn't really engage with New Game Plus, but Portrait of Ruin, which in retrospect I think was really a bad idea, and was honestly probably kind of unfair to Dawn of Sorrow, because like Portrait of Ruin hard mode is what made me engage with New Game Plus, because I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. Am I supposed to am I supposed to do this with New Game Plus? And my ultimate conclusion was yes. There's also an interesting thing that you can do with New Game Plus, where if you beat if you beat certain difficulties of hard mode, then your subsequent runs on that same save file will get permanent buffs to their stats. Because the big problem with max level 1 hard mode is the fact that your damage is tied to your stats, right? Like, you have strength, you have intellect, and then if you don't level up, then all you have is like whatever you get from your gear, which is not fun. But if you beat like previous levels of difficulty, like if you beat hard max level 25, then every subsequent run on that save file you'll have like a permanent plus 50 buff to your intellect, and then if you beat hard mode max level 1 on a certain save file, every subsequent run will have a permanent plus 50 buff to your strength. So that's what the max level 1 hard mode runs are going to be. It's basically me playing hard mode max level 1, but also with New Game Plus and with like maximum power, like as strong as I can get. Oh my god, it's the Grim Reaper. Excuse me, sorry. Very reminiscent of his appearance in Harmony of Dissonance, where he shows up and he's a little bit confused about what's going on, which I like. Excuse me. Although it is a little bit strange that Death wouldn't know that. I guess that's the idea for like why like Bronner is secret, right? Because Charlotte didn't know about that, the church didn't know about that, only Wind knew about that. Well, it's actually good. It's good that you don't fight him, because trying to fight Death in a room this small would just, like, you just get shit on. What's interesting is that Death said, I've been dormant for far too long, but if I remember the timeline correctly, I think Bloodlines takes place in, like, 1914 or, like, 1913. So he's only really been dormant for about 30 years, which is not that long in Dracula time. This is also an interesting example of something that I've brought up before with these later Castlevania games, and how the later games interact with legacy characters from the previous games. Where, like, the first time I thought about this was in Symphony of the Night, because Symphony of the Night features Richter Belmont, but Richter Belmont in Symphony of the Night kind of takes a backseat, protagonist-wise, to Alucard. Alucard's like, you know, I'm the guy who's going to save the day, I'm going to fix everything, and Richter isn't like that. And I remember when I made my Symphony of the Night video, I talked about how I wonder if people were upset about that at the time. Here, I think they felt a little bit more freedom to retroactively characterize the guys from Bloodlines, Jonathan Morris and Eric Ricard, because they aren't prestigious the way that Richter and the Belmonts are. The Belmonts are like sacred. Like you can't shit talk the Belmonts, right? Like ever. In fact, the games have to like go out of their way to specifically like praise the Belmonts, which you know, I think it would have been obnoxious if they were trying to constantly one up the previous games. But I do think that the Belmont praise goes a little too far. It just feels like a I don't know, maybe it's fine. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I'd be complaining if it was the other way around. But that's what's funny, is that by the end of Portrait of Ruin, Jonathan Morris feels like so fucking overpowered. So here's a terrible boss. Here's like the first boss in the game that's terrible. It's not as bad as it could be, because I figured out a very specific strategy to make it better. So basically, the way this guy works is you hit his cauldron 5 or I think 6 times, and then he comes up for a little bit, and then he's attackable. The problem is that you can only hit him in his face, and that red orb that he shoots out of his mouth, if you hit that, it'll split into a bunch of smaller orbs that will do a bunch of damage to you. Especially if you're playing on Jonathan, because I think they hit your mind stat. Which is why I'm only going to hit him once here and then duck and not hit him again, because I don't want to accidentally hit the red orb. But what I discovered is that, flailing the whip to do 4 quick hits, and then throwing a shuriken so that it hits the left side of the cauldron, means that he'll come up facing to the left, because that's where he thinks you are. And then he'll shoot the orb in such a way that you're not in danger of accidentally hitting it and then accidentally damaging yourself. So this is like the fastest way to kill him, because he has 666 health, and as you can see, I'm doing like 15 damage at a time. And if he was only ever coming up facing to the right and I had to worry about not hitting the orb, I'd only really be able to hit him like twice or maybe 3 times, which would be like 30 damage or 45 damage. Here I can hit him like 4 times, 60 damage, like 3 or 4 times. So it's like 60 damage or 45 damage, and that can be a really big difference if you're trying to whittle through. If you're trying to whittle through 600 health, 15 damage at a time, then being able to hit him 4 times per cycle versus twice per cycle is a gigantic difference. And there I actually do have to be pretty careful, because normal enemies are a pushover in normal mode, but bosses can still hit you pretty hard. Like, the Dullahan hits pretty hard, the Behemoth hits pretty hard, that guy, Karamet, hits pretty hard. That's the skull cauldron, man. And I threw a shuriken. I hit him with a shuriken at the start of the fight because bosses are worth a lot of skill points. And all you have to do is just hit them once with a sub-weapon to register, to get the skill points for killing it. However, if you can only do that with one sub-weapon at the time. Like, if I hit him with the shuriken, then kill him, I get the skill points for the shuriken, but if I hit him with the shuriken, then later in this fight I hit him with the knife, and then I kill him, then the skill points will go to the knife instead. So it's like whichever sub-weapon he was hit with last before he dies is the one that gets the skill points. And that's super important, because if I'm trying to fill out 300 skill points for the shuriken, I don't know how many skill points exactly Karamet gives, but bosses tend to give a pretty good chunk. Most normal enemies I think only give like 1, but bosses will give like double digits, and the Sandy Grave coming up in a second here is kind of tricky. It's really like the first big example of when trying to play the game as only Jonathan is actually a problem, because there are the Sandy Grave. The Sandy Grave is basically the game like begging you to use Charlotte, which I didn't really get until I did a Charlotte-only run and kind of realized, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. Because there are some enemies in the Sandy Grave that are specifically resistant to all of Jonathan's physical attacks, but weak to Charlotte's magical ones. Like the ghosts that show up in the Sandy Grave are like that. So, I didn't know that at first, so like trying to fight them with just Jonathan is like an exercise in misery, but having Master Shurikens makes that a lot better. Same with like turrets, there are some like fire-breathing like skull turrets, classic style, like that also take reduced damage from physical attacks and take more damage from Charlotte's magic attacks, and I think this is like a consequence. So the reason why I didn't utilize Charlotte for so long, I guess I should explain this, because this is important. There's 2 reasons. The first reason was when I first used Charlotte, the thing that I noticed right away is the fact that Charlotte can't cast her spells while she's jumping. And as I mentioned earlier, being able to do things, being able to attack while jumping in these games is super, super important, because that lets you micromanage your positioning. So the fact that when I learned that Charlotte couldn't cast spells in midair, I'm like, oh fuck, well she probably sucks, like, because she's just going to be hard committed to whatever spot she's in when she starts the cast, and that's just going to be like, that's just going to be the end of it. I didn't think she'd be that fun. That's the first reason why I basically didn't utilize her at all until I forced myself to. And the second reason is because when I play these games, these like, these new style Castlevania games, like Igavanias, Metroidvanias, I'm kind of looking for simplification. I'm looking for a way to pare down the gameplay to its absolute basics, not waste any of my resources, not waste any of my time, find like the simplest, most straightforward way to deal with the challenges that are put in front of me. And that is an urge that is mostly I'm trying to streamline the gameplay, right? I'm trying to make it so that I'm not like wasting my time or like wasting energy paying attention to systems that are not relevant, but the consequence of that is that it means that I can have blind spots to things that might otherwise be helpful to me. And that's kind of like exactly what happened with the whole Charlotte thing, where I didn't really believe that Charlotte could be good, and I didn't really want to interact with all of her spells that she had. So the consequence of that was that I ended up kind of gimping myself through my early playthroughs. And the difference between then and now is that here I'm gimping myself intentionally, so I know what to expect. Aha, look at that. It's the guy. That wasn't that disrespectful. I think this is like a translation thing, where in Japanese there's like polite and impolite language, and I suspect from the way that Jonathan talks that he constantly uses like casual language, and that's why she's mad at him, even though he didn't really say anything that disrespectful. There's a couple of weird translation things in Portrait of Ruin that I kind of noticed like that. This is an interesting point. That's an interesting like little detail where Bronner notices that Dracula has like fucked up over and over again. He keeps getting killed. First he keeps getting killed by the Belmonts, and he gets killed by a random football player from America in Bloodlines. Or his twink buddy. This is an interesting little conversation. I like it when intelligent characters talk about the minutia of whatever, like the weird magical systems of the setting are. I like long, like intellectual conversations. Not that this is particularly like highbrow or anything. It's just a couple lines between Bronner and Charlotte where the bad guy is saying something besides "ha ha ha, you are pathetic, I will defeat you," which is mostly what video game bad guys say. That's why the death conversation is interesting too in this game and in Harmony of Dissonance, because Death is like, he's not just saying "you are pathetic, I will defeat you," but that's ultimately what Bronner goes back to. And what's nice and what's cool about this is that that conversation establishes two things. Number one is it establishes that Death and Bronner are at odds with each other, which is also sort of what the Grim Reaper fight establishes. There's a line that Death has in that first conversation that I really like, which is when he says, "This castle belongs to Dracula and no one else." It's like he's saying, you kind of get at that point that he and Bronner are not buddies. He does not respect anybody who tries to steal his best bro's cool castle. Well, these later games really kind of play up the bromance between Death and Dracula, for lack of a better word, which I think is pretty neat. And another thing that I really like about Portrait of Ruin that I'm going to bring up in contrast to Dawn of Sorrow, I do think ultimately that I was unfair to Dawn of Sorrow because I didn't engage with New Game Plus the way that I should have. I think playing New Game Plus instead of like refarming shit over and over again every time I wanted to replay it would have really improved my opinion of the game. But another thing that I'll say that I think was a fair criticism of Dawn of Sorrow and Aria of Sorrow is that the characters in those games were like, there were a lot of superfluous characters in Aria and Dawn of Sorrow who just kind of like didn't really have a reason to be there. Portrait of Ruin is much, much better about tightening up the storyline and making sure that every character who shows up has something to do. Like, there are no useless characters in Portrait of Ruin. But yeah, Death being at odds with Bronner is interesting, and actually that's actually the plot of a novel that I learned about, which takes place after Dawn of Sorrow. The plot of the novel is basically kind of like Portrait of Ruin, where Orlok or Olrox rather, from Symphony of the Night somehow comes back and tries to like take over Dracula's castle, and then Death is like, "Fuck no, I'm gonna stop you from doing that." Even though in Dawn of Sorrow Dracula's not around anymore, so I guess that makes less sense. But here it makes sense, and this is a good way to incorporate a different villainous character who's not Dracula while still maintaining a connection to the series, the whole Dracula thing in the series. And yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there, jumping into corners to do map completion. This is something that I hoped I would never have to do again, but Portrait of Ruin unfortunately brought it back. This is why having the Master Shuriken by the time you get to the Sandy Grave is so important, because trying to like clear all that shit out without the Master Shuriken is really fucking tedious. Again, obviously what I should do is just switch to Charlotte and use Ice Fang, because that would just shred them, but I'm being stubborn. I'm also being too loud, I think. I'm trying to like modulate my distance from the microphone. But the general combat in this game is pretty fun. I like the way Jonathan plays. I actually love the way the Shuriken feels. I do think that the Shuriken is kind of overpowered because it's so good that I kind of don't really believe that any other sub-weapons could be as good as the Shuriken. Like I said, I do use the cross in the Bible in a couple of places in the late game, but mostly it's just going to be the Shuriken show. Because most of his sub-weapons just do physical damage. There's actually three different kinds of physical damage, because another thing that Portrait of Ruin actually made me engage with this in a way that Dawn of Sorrow didn't. Bosses and enemies have specific weaknesses to specific types of damage in Portrait of Ruin. They have that in Dawn of Sorrow too, but Dawn of Sorrow was never hard enough to make me feel like I had to engage with that. But Portrait of Ruin is vicious enough that I'm like, okay, how do I kill this guy as fast as possible? And there's like 3 different kinds of physical damage. There's Whip, Strike, and Slash, and Whip is whip damage. Slash is like sword damage, or like shuriken damage, or like cutting damage. Excuse me, and then Strike is like blunt weapon damage. Like there's a mace weapon you can get that I ignored. And then Charlotte has a spell where she dumps rocks on people, and that also does strike damage. Why did I bring all this up? Oh yeah, because all of Jonathan's sub-weapons do like some variant of those 3 types of physical damage, so it's not like a different, like, and then the Bible and the Cross of course do holy damage, so it's not like different sub-weapons give you access to different types of damage, which would be one way to incentivize using sub-weapons other than the Shuriken. Instead it's like just the Shuriken show the whole time. And the Shuriken show is going to continue. In fact, it's going to get something approximating a climax, or an early rising action at least, right here with the Astarte fight. I don't really... Astarte? I'm just going to say Cleopatra, because that's what she's supposed to be. So the Cleopatra fight is... This is like the most aggressive iteration of the game, trying to make you use Charlotte, because if she uses that heart attack with the hearts flying everywhere, and I get hit by it when I'm on Jonathan, then Jonathan gets mind-controlled, and you have to do the rest of the fight as Charlotte, like fighting against Jonathan. And my Charlotte is not really like equipped for that, and Jonathan is overpowered with the shuriken, so if I get hit by the hearts, then that's basically a game over. And this was like the most cocky I ever got with my disregard for the central mechanics of the game, like the partner swapping thing, because that was really not smart what I just did. I mean I dodged the attack when she used it, but it very easily could have gone the other way. But the point of that fight is to sort of get you to swap, actually not just to Charlotte to fight Cleopatra, but to swap between them in the middle of the fight, because the temptation attack, the heart attack that mind controls Jonathan, does nothing to Charlotte, but the trade-off is that Cleopatra is resistant to all of the magic damage types that Charlotte has. Like, she's resistant to fire, ice, thunder, holy, I think. Not that I have any holy spells at this point. But what she's weak to physical damage. She's weak to whip and strike and slash, which I think is another reason why I brought those three things up. So the idea is that you're supposed to like damage her with Jonathan, and then when she's using the temptation attack, react to it by swapping to Charlotte to negate it. It's kind of the first time that the game is encouraging you to swap back and forth between characters mid-fight, which is not something that I ever do in any of these in any of the Jonathan Charlotte footage. I do in the Richter mode footage, but I'm gonna wait to talk about Richter mode until later, because Richter mode is really, really interesting. Not that this game isn't interesting. Obviously, it is. I think arguably, if you wanted to, I think what I did when I was doing like casual playthroughs, when I wasn't like trying to do like Jonathan only or Charlotte only, I think I fought her entirely with Charlotte, because, like I mentioned earlier in this thing that I'm making, this YouTube video, my impulse with video games is to simplify. If I can find a tactic that takes longer but has like fewer moving parts, is just simpler to execute, then that's the one that I'll prefer. And what I did in normal playthroughs was I would fight Cleopatra with just Charlotte, because Charlotte, her magic attacks, she has a magic attack that does strike damage, rock riot, and then at this point in the game she'll have Tome of Arms 2, her like second book weapon, which does slash damage. So she can actually put some okay damage into Cleopatra. It's just not on par with what Jonathan was doing back there with the Mastered Shuriken, which is what, excuse me, what the game wants you to do. So even though the optimal way to do it would be swapping back and forth between the two of them, I generally didn't do that even after I understood that that was the case, because I just sort of, you know, the fewer things I have to keep track of, the fewer things that I have to worry about, the better. These, like, lizard ladies really gave me a hard time when I first played the game. Because when I first played through this game, like, not having the shuriken totally changes the way that the game feels. Like, I could not be doing this without the Mastered Shuriken. If I was stuck trying to, like, hit these guys with, I don't know, like, the knife, or, like, the fucking... What else is even available at this point that's good? The axe is probably pretty good. But what makes the axe good is the added range it gives you, not the damage necessarily. Where am I going? Oh, I'm gonna go back to Wind to get some more quests. I'm gonna be doing this a couple of times throughout this portion of the game, and most of the quest rewards that I'm gonna get are not particularly are not like super important right now. In fact, I actually could have Ghosts of the Desert, as you perhaps might have guessed, is a quest that tells you to go to the Sandy Grave, so I could have gotten that ahead of time and then gone to the Sandy Grave to complete that quest. The reason that I didn't do that is because I'm going to go back to the Sandy Grave later to get something else, and at that point I'll be higher level, so going through the basement of the Sandy Grave and going back up through that portion of the Sandy Grave will just be faster. It'll be faster to fill out the map when I'm higher level and I can kill everything like immediately. So it might be slightly suboptimal, but the reward for the Ghosts in the Desert quest is the Bible, and I don't need the Bible until the very end of the game. So it doesn't really matter to me when I get it or when I don't get it. If I really wanted to, like, get skill points with the Bible, then it actually would have been smarter to get it earlier, but I didn't really like the idea of grinding skill points for the Bible, or like using anything other than the shuriken, just because the shuriken feels so good to use, and it's so like ingrained into my muscle memory and into how I play the game when I play Jonathan. So this is actually kind of an obnoxious part of the game, because I'm trying to fill out the map. I have to fill out the map, and this part of the castle has lots of different areas that are all accessible now that I have the double jump, and it's really hard to find a route that's perfectly efficient, because there's so many like ways to come and go, and like so much ground to cover. It's very annoying. And my Symphony of the Night videos, which I guess nobody watches, which I'm going to go off on a little bit of a tangent here. When I first uploaded my Symphony of the Night videos, I thought that those videos would get a lot of views. This isn't usually something that I worry about, but I just want to bring this up. I thought my Symphony of the Night videos would get like a lot of views because like Symphony of the Night is like the game, right? It's like the game everybody talks about. But then for some reason when I started releasing Symphony of the Night videos, not only did they not get views, but YouTube like just completely stopped recommending anything related to my channel. It was very strange. I have a theory about it. I think it's because the end credits music for Symphony of the Night triggers like a copyright flag, and I have a feeling that there's a connection between the copyright flags and YouTube prioritization, but I don't have any evidence of that. This is a conspiracy theory. And I have actually... Maybe I should just talk about this now that I'm talking about it, because this part of the game isn't really very interesting. It's pretty cool, but it's mostly just like you're going through like Dracula's castle areas, and I'm also going to be doing a little bit of like backtracking and like bringing up the map screen to fill out the map. So this is not super riveting. Skeleton flails make their return from Rondo. I'll go off on a different tangent for a second here, which is that it's really impressive to me how enduring the enemies from Rondo have been, where like they reused Rondo enemies in Symphony of the Night, and then they reused stuff from Symphony of the Night for the DS games, and then the end, so that like the continuity from Rondo remains consistent. So yeah, copyright claims. So I noticed. So there are a couple of Castlevania songs that trigger copyright claims. It's not all of them. It's just like some of them. It's Vampire Killer, of course, the main one, the level 1 Castlevania theme, and then Beginning, which is the level 1 theme from Dracula's Curse. Those both always trigger like copyright content ID whatevers. And then like a couple of other ones sometimes, like the Symphony of the Night end credits song, and then like one other song from Symphony of the Night. I don't remember which one. Anyway, so I expect that from if I upload a video of a game that has one of those songs in it, then I expect to see that. But I noticed that my Dawn of Sorrow Yoko video had a copyright claim for a song that I didn't recognize. I don't remember the name of the song, but it didn't say like Beginning, it said like something else, and I was like, what the hell's happening? And I looked it up and I realized that some band somewhere did like a cover, like an electric guitar, like metal cover of Beginning from Castlevania 3, and now they are copyright ID claiming. Basically, they covered music from a video game, and now they are content IDing footage of the game where they took the music from. And there's an even more egregious example of this, which is my Super Castlevania 4 videos, where those suddenly got content ID claimed, because some fucking guy in Iceland made a video where he was like singing over the level 1 music theme from Simon's theme from fucking Super Castlevania 4, and then so he steals the music from Super Castlevania 4, and then like I get a content ID for his music for playing the game that the music is originally from, and like it's so fucking bizarre. And I mean the only reason this is happening is because this shit is all automated, right? Like no human being is actually going through and flagging this shit. That's pretty cool. It's all just like stupid robots who don't know what they're doing, but who have been put in a position of deciding like the course of society. So that's what's so frustrating, and it's one of those things where I did dispute some of those. I haven't gotten a resolution for those disputes yet. I mean, we'll see what happens, but I would like a human being to take a look at my channel and because I don't know what the rules are, basically. Like is it... I assume that this guy... imagine, like, an alternate universe where these videos ever become popular enough to be monetized. This will never happen. But, like, would it make sense for a dude in Iceland who stole music from Super Castlevania 4 to be getting, like, ad revenue from every video that's playing footage from Super Castlevania 4? That doesn't make much sense to me. So, does video game footage make you, like, exempt from copyright violations? I know it doesn't in every case. Like, I had a friend of mine who uploaded some some Fallout New Vegas footage, and like there was a song playing on the radio that some stupid YouTube robot like thought was a stolen. It was like recognized and like put a thing up for that. So I know it's not always the case. If it's like an existing song that the game developers like borrowed to put in their game, like on a like the Fallout New Vegas, like a radio or like GTA or something. But if it's original video game music that's like from the video game it's originally from, would that trigger like a music like and also I mean look, if Konami has an issue with my uploading footage of their games and with my low opinion of Super Castlevania 4, then they should flag this shit themselves. It shouldn't be some random fucking people in Brazil and Iceland flagging all these videos saying like you stole our shit. I don't even know who you people are. Like I've never heard of these fucking songs you're saying I stole. Right? It's just so frustrating. And I'm sure if you guys like know anything about YouTube or watch any other YouTube people, you've probably heard about shit like this happening before. And the thing is that like what I said earlier, if I could just get a human being to look at my channel, that would fix the problem in 2 seconds. But the problem is that like YouTube has to automate everything because it's too big. There's so many people, there's so many channels, there's so much like support they would have to think. Like I could never get a human being from Google on the line, so to speak, to talk to like in 20 years. Like it would never happen. Because they can't make like in-person services available because of the sheer volume of work that would have to be done. So it's very frustrating, and this is what I mean when I say like it's like I'm being held hostage by robots. Or it's like I'm being arrested in a country where like I don't speak the language. So I don't know like what I did or what I'm supposed to do or like what anybody thinks or what's going on. Although obviously this is a lot less stressful, and because my videos are not monetized and probably never will be, the stakes are very low. It just has to do with my conspiracy theory that I think Content ID claims have some kind of relationship with recommendations. I normally don't worry about this kind of thing, but this is like the whole like music copyright like automation thing on YouTube is something that bothers me. Because like okay, how many of you guys were exposed to an artist you'd never heard of before, or like a new song, like a new album, a new artist because you heard a song in a YouTube video? Everybody. Oh, this is... I couldn't decide whether to go left or right. Oh god, I'm in the Nation of Fools. I fucking hate the Nation of Fools, man. Like, the layout is confusing. It's really hard to do it efficiently. Like, to cover the whole map. Going to each square I want to visit only once. And the music is terrible. I hate all these... Like, Castlevania games sometimes have these, like, waltz-style songs, and I can't stand them. They're always so fucking boring to me. Plus, the Nation of Fools is full of, like, environmental hazards and, like, dumb shit. And, like, stuff like that I have to... Where I have to, like, jump around into worthless areas just to fill out the map. Very, very annoying. It's interesting though that this is like a war. This looks like a war-torn town in a game that's about like World War II. So it's like maybe Bronner is painting something about. I always felt like this particular painting was supposed to evoke like war, some area that's like been torn apart by war. I mean, everything sideways. Obviously, war doesn't do that. At least no war that I've heard of. But it is kind of funny because it reminds me of a suggestion that I made about Dawn of Sorrow back 5 years ago in my Dawn of Sorrow videos, which was the Dawn of Sorrow took place in the modern day, and I thought it would have been more interesting if Dawn of Sorrow specifically had taken advantage of that setting by having like you know, like Dracula magic fuck up like a contemporary like apartment building or something. You know what I mean? Or like, you know, Earthbound shit, like black magic takes over a department store. I don't know, like something that takes advantage of the setting and of the time. But Dawn of Sorrow never really did that. So it's like seeing this like war-torn city that's being like warped and twisted by magic and being made all like fucked up and upside down is kind of like what I had in mind. Although I was envisioning something a little bit less whimsical and clown themed and something a little bit more menacing and skeleton themed and less obnoxious in general. I really don't like environmental hazards. I think I said once they're just like they're not interesting because they're just enemies that don't move. Although the problem with the Nation of Fools here is that they do move. That's the whole thing that makes them difficult. Is the fact that the blades are swinging around and like the fire things are moving around. I think I just don't like having my progress impeded by something that's not an enemy. Because I want to be able, and I just like killing things. So coming across something that like is stymieing me that I can't kill is just annoying. I like being able to like simplify environments and solve problems, and a swinging blade that I can't do anything about that's just gonna like is gonna damage me if it hits me is not fun. For me, in my opinion. I was talking about YouTube. I think I kind of made all my points about the YouTube music thing. I don't remember what exactly I was in the middle of saying when I got distracted by the Nation of Fools, but I think I made my point. Oh, I was saying that, yeah, I was basically just gonna say that like putting other people's music in your YouTube video, unless you're literally just re-uploading the song, has no impact whatsoever on. It has, I would argue, probably a positive impact on like sales and artist exposure. Because like that's how people learn about new music. They hear about it in videos. And I think somebody said, who said this? I think it was Gabe Newell. I think when Gabe Newell was talking about like Steam, he was talking about video game piracy, and he said piracy is almost always a service issue, where people pirate shit because it's too obnoxious or convoluted or costly to just get something legitimately for money. And if there was some like really simple system for just licensing these fucking songs, like if they just made it easy, if you could just like pay a fee and just use a song, then I think that would be very nice. If they're going to insist on being this anal and for lack of better term, autistic about their music copyrights, then they should at least give people an avenue to actually give them the money they want so badly for this music that they think everybody is stealing. But my case is a very weird one because I don't get how a random company in Brazil gets to Content ID claim a song from a Konami video game released in 2005. Now I really am just repeating myself. Yeah, the Nation of Fools, I kind of, you know, Portrait of Ruin is sort of like... It has a lot of ups and downs. There are parts of Portrait of Ruin that I really like, and then there are parts that I think kind of suck. And the Nation of Fools is the latter. Because it's kind of maze-like, it's full of environmental hazards. I hate the music, and I'm not good at efficiently like exploring it. I've never really liked the evil circus aesthetic. I'm a big fan of the Joker. I think Kefka's pretty cool, but that's kind of where my affection for the concept begins and ends. Yeah, I'm gonna talk more about the music later in the game. I don't know if I mentioned already that I think the level, like the intro music, the level 1 music, or the entrance music in Portrait of Ruin is fucking amazing. One of the best Castlevania tracks I've ever heard. Yeah, this part's pretty tricky because you have to like. I mean, it makes sense once you know what to do. With the swinging blades, but you have to like wait until there's like a gap to fall down through, and then also make sure you don't accidentally fall onto the next blade. So here's the what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th boss. Legion makes his triumphant return from Symphony of the Night, from Aria of Sorrow, from I don't think he was in Dawn of Sorrow. No, I would have remembered. Whatever. And this fight actually was really hard for me when I first did it, because I basically didn't respect his tentacles. The way you have to do this fight is you just have to, once a piece of his body falls off and the tentacles are revealed, you can't be in front of them, because you just can't react fast enough to the laser that comes out. By the time you realize that one of the tentacles is going to fire a laser, it's already doing it, and it's already hitting you. So you have to sort of just preemptively not be in front of it unless you absolutely have to, and like stay in front of the bits that are still covered up by the corpses. And see there, I dodge the laser, and then I get hit by the fucking dead bodies. That's what I call a no-win scenario, and it's one of my least favorite things. And so that's the end of Phase 1, and now we get on to Phase 2. And for Phase 2, I equip a two-hander, for a reason that will become apparent shortly. Phase 2 is actually easier than Phase 1 because it's just a lot simpler. You just have to not get hit by his 2 different laser attacks, and then just use overhand swing to hit him when you're during the laser section, and then when he's like shooting the fire smoke out, you can throw some shurikens down to hit him, rack up some actual damage. Because each of those swings is doing like 120, and each of these claymore swings by comparison is only doing like 36, so I mean it all adds up, but the point that I'm making is that this is very simple, and you're just doing the same thing over and over again. You don't have to worry about zombies wandering around on the floor when you want to reposition yourself the way that you do with Phase 1. But this second phase was the phase that actually really fucked me up when I first tried to do this in my early playthroughs, because I didn't have a good system down for the first attack where he like rotates in a circle. I eventually realized that you just have to position yourself preemptively. He does 2 laser shots, and then he does the thing where he spins in a circle, and as long as you set yourself up on one of these platforms on the left ahead of time, then you will be able to avoid the fire smoke attack every time. Unfortunately, even though the boss of the Nation of Fools is no more, my time in the Nation of Fools is not over. I'm going to have to come back here later for an item. I technically don't... I don't actually know if I necessarily have to, but I'm going to. There's a particular... it's probably not worth explaining now. It'll come up later, but there's a piece of equipment that I want that's in a different part of the Nation of Fools that I haven't been to yet. Oh, I haven't even talked about this whip that I got. Yeah, this is a really interesting upgrade. Nebula is one of Jonathan's best weapons. It's not like... It's going to get outpaced by enemy health pretty soon. But the thing about the way Jonathan operates, and this is similar to like Julius in Julius mode in Dawn of Sorrow, is... he doesn't really do damage with his whip. Like, the whip does damage, but the thing that does a ton of damage is going to be your sub-weapons. So, the fact that Nebula doesn't hit super hard is not really that important, because you're only ever going to use the whip for damage from an absolutely safe distance. That's kind of what the whip is good at, and this just increases the range of absolutely safe to a much higher number than it previously was, or a much larger area than it previously was, rather. And that's why I go out of my way, to get it before I go to the Nation of Fools, specifically because of the Legion boss and because of how useful it is. Because that way, while you're whipping the outer sections, the tip of the whip will also hit like the intersections, and that's not possible without Nebula. So this is one of two like special moves that Wind teaches you. There's like a roll attack and there's like a jumping knee kick, and I never found any place to use either of them really, which is kind of a result of my personal limitations. I'm really not good at anything that requires like a complicated button combo, and I'm especially not good at them. I'm especially not good at executing them under pressure. And if you want to see proof of that, watch my Richter mode footage from Symphony of the Night and watch how many times I fuck up Richter's like special tackle, because that is a really important, his like air dash, because that's a really important ability that requires like a directional, like a fighting game like directional sequence input thing to execute, and I'm just terrible at them. So it's possible that that little roll move might be useful in some situations. I really can't think of any off the top of my head where it might be, but the point is moot because I wouldn't be able to do it anyway. And if there was a situation where it was like really important, then I especially wouldn't be able to do it because I'm bad at executing those things, and I'm even worse at executing them under pressure. Yeah, the quest system is kind of a terrible idea. It's like your car keeps stopping. Like you're driving down a road, having a good time, and then your car like sputters, and you have to like pull over to the side of the road and fuck with something before it starts up again. I mean, that's literally what just happened. I finished the Nation of Fools, and then I had to go right back into the Nation of Fools to finish a quest that Wind gave me. Because like I think I mentioned, I don't know if I mentioned this yet, the way the quest system works, like you have to make room for new quests by completing old quests. So what I wanted to do there was I wanted to save the Statues tier quest until I got back into until I went back to the Nation of Fools for the item that I was talking about, but it's just simpler to get these things done now. And the sooner I clear out these older quests, the sooner I get access to quests that actually do give me marginally beneficial rewards. Like there's a series of quests that give you more max MP and more max HP. And I don't know when exactly those become available, but I want to make sure that I can get those as soon as I can. So we're coming up here on roughly, I guess we're halfway through the first half, I would say. There's 8 paintings, there's like 4 like regular paintings in the castle, and there's 4 more paintings that are each sort of like different versions of the first 4 paintings. It's a little bit like Symphony of the Night, actually, where like there's a point where the endings diverge, and then if you don't get the bad ending, then you get to access to like the second half of the game. So we're 3 out of 4. And we're coming up here actually on a pretty tough boss fight. I think I actually almost die here, which is pretty embarrassing considering that this is normal mode. But I think I just sort of... I think I was just out of practice. It had been a long time since I had fought this boss on Jonathan. Because the way that I ended up collecting the footage for this... The way I ended up collecting all this footage was kind of like weird. I collected one Jonathan run, and then I decided that wasn't good enough, and I deleted it. And then I like got Charlotte runs, and then I kind of went back and forth. So it had been a while since I'd fought this chick with Jonathan. Oh shit. So, interesting thing about this boss. This boss is all about managing that attack that she just did, that wind attack. You want to keep her... Okay, yeah, that's where it starts going wrong. I kind of lose my mojo after that because I wasn't expecting to land on that ledge. I kind of had a good rhythm going with like jumping and whipping. Actually, I'm kind of keeping it together. This is actually really dumb. I'm playing this really badly because she's weak to slash. So what I should be doing is I should be baiting her onto the ground so that I can hit her with the shuriken a bunch and like rack up a ton of shuriken damage. Because this like whip damage is honestly pretty puny in comparison. But the fact that I keep jumping is keeping her in the air. Jesus, yeah, this is real bad. Yeah, that's what I should be trying to get her to do more of, is to get down towards the ground, because she has an attack that she uses when she's on the ground, which is easier to dodge than the hurricane. Jesus. But then sometimes she just fucking hurricanes you. See, this is why it's tricky, because if you're standing on the ground, she's supposed to do like her ground attack, but then sometimes she'll just like shoot a hurricane at you. That's roughly ground level. Yeah, that's the attack that I wanted her, that I should have been getting her to use more of. Secret of the Spurious Spring or whatever. The green wave along the ground. I like Jonathan's backdash animation. I can't believe I didn't get a chance to mention that yet. I like the fact that he spins around. It's like he's dancing. It's why I wish the music was better, because a lot of the movements, a lot of the way that the Portrait of Ruin plays is very like rhythmic. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, and I think I didn't end up talking about this when I wanted to. A reason to explain why they do the RPG thing of like, we will not... Oh shit, look at that. I guess she always dressed like that, huh? How mysterious. I think it's a good idea to establish that like Bronner doesn't want his daughters to kill you because he doesn't want them like getting hurt. Even if he thinks that they'll beat you, he doesn't want them like getting injured at all. I think that's the idea, and I wish that was made a little bit more explicit, 'cause that's actually the best reason that I've heard of for like an RPG style game to do the RPG villain thing where they're like, we will not defeat you until you're higher level. Oh god, I hate this part. I think I get it on the first try, but this was a part that really, like... I thought this was so obnoxious the first time I played this game. Not this, like, secret room. This secret room is what it is. But those two carts back there, you're supposed to do a thing where you get Charlotte on one and then Jonathan on the other, then you swap back and forth. You'll see it. It's just annoying. I think it's supposed to be cool. But... video games and I sometimes have disagreements about which things are cool and which things are annoying. And it's this part coming up here, yeah. Jonathan has to jump over that thing and then get back on the cart real quick, otherwise it just like... Otherwise it crashes and it doesn't break the wall, basically. Basically, that's what happens. There's no need for an adverb there, Shovitar. See, this is why I'm glad that I went back and got a better Jonathan run, because at the time that I recorded my first one, I didn't have a good memory for where all like the hidden rooms were. And the thing is, so I don't go for 1000% map completion in any of these runs. I've gotten it before, but the reason I don't go for it is because it's just obnoxious to get. The only material benefit you get from map completion is the Nest of Evil at 888%, and getting 1000% it's funny. It's like the difference between oh yeah, I go back to talk to Wind here because after you find Stella's locket, the game actually doesn't let you progress until you go talk to him about it. So there's another painting up there that I want to go into, but I have to go back down and talk to this dude before I get to continue. Which is fine actually, because this provides a natural this is a good opportunity actually to like turn in quests if you've done them already. That's not what I did, but if you wanted to incorporate like quest turn-ins, this would be a good time to do it. Oh shit! It's Eric Alucard from Castlevania Bloodlines. Funny thing about Eric Lacard. Eric Lacard was like a weird character in Bloodlines. But he actually looks substantially different in the American version than in the Japanese version. Like you could blame, people have blamed Symphony of the Night for popularizing like the Bishonen anime pretty boy look in Castlevania protagonists, but you should take a look and see, you should see what Eric Lacard looks like in the original Japanese version of Castlevania Bloodlines. He literally looks like a woman. Like they just drew a woman and said it was a guy. That's what Eric Lacard looks like originally. They butched him up a bit in the American version, which is pretty fucking funny in and of itself, in my opinion. But of course, that's not what he looks like here. Twink death is a terrible thing. Not that he looks bad. He looks fine. I like his little feather in his hat. That sounds about right. I could never get through the Dracula fight without taking at least some damage. Because Phase 2 of Phase 3 was really tricky. This is a weird little, like, lore thing. I don't really, like... Portrait of Ruin is trying to do more story stuff, and some of it works and some of it doesn't work. This stuff with the vampire killer is like... I'm okay with it, because it ultimately leads to some cool gameplay stuff, and gameplay is like always the most important thing in my opinion. But it just a little, yeah, it's like weird that the vampire killer is like an evil artifact that, like, okay, this is dumb. This part right here is real stupid. Like, they needed to dropkick this whole Nostradamus' Prophecy 1999 thing into the fucking stratosphere. I think the whole 1999 thing is just stupid. And the idea that, like, the Belmonts can't touch the whip, so they give it to, like, other families so that the whip can just fucking kill them, like... It's just bizarre. But there's a reason they do it. They do it to facilitate a gameplay thing later on in the game. And I guess to explain where Chad Belmont is. I should explain what I just said. So as a joke, when I played Castlevania Bloodlines, I called John Morris Chad Belmont, because he has this ridiculous, like, top-heavy physique, and he looks and dresses like a high school football player. Yeah, mental training. That's the one that increases your max MP, which is actually pretty important, because Jonathan, because obviously his MP is really important. Your sub-weapons are what are going to be doing the bulk of your damage, and his regeneration rate is not that good. So it's good for him to go into boss fights with a big store of MP to burn through. So I talked a little bit about audio desync. I think my game is just slightly desynced, and I just never noticed it until I was watching this footage. Because like I was playing some Richter mode last week, and I finally like noted, or no, I wasn't playing Richter mode. I was getting the last of this footage, and I like noticed that there actually was like a barely discernible delay between like pressing a button and a sound showing up. So I think I think it actually is a problem with the emulator, and I don't. It's not really a big deal. It's like barely there, but I'm still not sure if I'm just imagining it or not. So I'm not going to fuck with any of the settings, because I don't know what it would be. I'm pretty tech illiterate. Speaking of Symphony of the Night, it's the Malachi from Symphony of the Night. So here's the fourth painting, the Forest of Doom. It's, I don't know. If I was going to rank the 4 paintings, how would I rank them? Nation of Fools is definitely at the bottom. I guess I'd say City of Haze is probably the best. It has the best music. It doesn't have, like... It doesn't have any really annoying gimmicks. The Forest of Doom is honestly just kind of boring. Which is a big problem for a place that calls itself the Forest of Doom. You'd think it would be, like, scarier. But the problem is they call it a forest, but most of it takes place inside, like, a building. And the building is not very interesting. I swear to God, this, like... I brought up earlier how Bloodlines... How this kind of feels like an attempt to replicate the globe-trotting aspect of Bloodlines. And I swear to God, like... I almost wonder if these levels were originally conceived as that. As, like, Jonathan and Charlotte actually going on... some globe-spanning adventure to track down, I don't know, Bronner or something. But the painting thing is also, like, the theme of painting is also kind of pretty, like, firmly ingrained into the game. I already said that they were thinking of doing, like, a World War II era game for a long time prior to the actual development of Portrait of Ruin. So maybe these were some ideas they had left over from that. Like, instead of just going across Europe, how about they go across the world? How about they go to fucking Egypt? And fucking whatever the City of Haze is supposed to be. And the Nation of Fools, whatever the hell that's supposed to be. Because no country in the world is actually upside down. Oh, well, I guess Australia is, but Australia has more, like, beaches and water. That's not what the Nation of Fools looks like. They do have slime creatures that poison you, though. So, I'm glad they did their research for that. Part of why the Forest of Doom is annoying to me is because the Forest of Doom is also the place where you have to do the most farming. Farming is something... It's what I call a shit. I almost said a sin. I think a shit is a little bit more old style YouTube, angry video gamer. So I'm gonna say it's a shit. There are 2 quests that require items from the Forest of Doom, and I think as soon as I get out of here, I'm gonna go right back in again to farm the shit that I want. And I'm gonna cut that out. You guys aren't gonna see that. There's gonna be like a little skip, and then I'm gonna be like a level higher. That cat just teleported up in the air. If you want to go back and see that. I thought that the witches with the big tits would be phased out after Dawn of Sorrow, but they're still here. And I do think it's funny that, like, the witches turn into cats and then, like, disappear in a puff of smoke when they die. Because, like, that's something that I never thought about until I played Portrait of Ruin. Because it's just funny, right? That's probably the main reason why they do that. Because it's funny that they turn into little cats with little witch hats. But... especially the big witches, because they turn into cats with another cat on top of them, which is pretty fucking funny. But I also wonder if it was a thing where, like, I don't know, like, they didn't want the player to feel bad for, like, ripping apart an attractive blonde woman with big boobs. I don't know. I don't know if that was a concern or not. Because it's not like you know, I mean, you could kill a succubus no problem, because those are like demons, but with the witches, I guess it's a little bit different. But yeah, like a globe spanning World War II adventure. I guess I'm glad they didn't do that, because that would probably mean there would have to be more talking. Although Bloodlines didn't really have any talking, but that made Bloodlines feel kind of weird though. The fact that you're just kind of like, now we're going to the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Now we're going to Athens. Now we're going to like, what? Why are you going here? What is here that is so important? In 1993 or whenever the fuck Bloodlines came out, 94, you could just do that. But I think a game released in 2005, they would feel the need to explain why Jonathan and Charlotte are going to like Egypt and Italy and wherever the hell this is. Isn't there a forest in Germany called like the Forest of Doom? Or is that no, it's the Black Forest. I think it's the Black Forest. Although I guess they call it whatever that would be in German. Yeah, this music is boring. It's not annoying the way the Nation of Fools music is annoying. You have to farm a beehive, then you have to farm a mushroom. The beehive comes from, what is this place, by the way? Like, what is this building supposed to be? I know the like alternate version, like the alternate version of this painting, the fifth painting, is called the Dark Academy, so I guess it's supposed to be a school or something in a forest, but some lag here, which is very interesting. Something about the background out there, plus like the treant, I guess? I don't know what it is exactly, but something about that place causes the emulator to lag, which is very interesting. I mean, it can't be a hardware issue. It's gotta have something to do with the game. I don't know, maybe it lags on like an actual DS too. I think I would have preferred an actual forest level aesthetically, but a forest level probably would have been a lot more annoying. That's just a hunch that I have. I feel like if the devs set out to make a forest level, they would probably put something in it like... They'd put in like a ton of birds. There are some birds here, and there are more birds in the Dark Academy, but the overall bird density ratio is pretty low. Or lower than I feel like it could be. I feel like it's been a while since I've played a game with a forest level. It's actually, I guess it's just like Dracula's Curse. Now that I think about it, most games, well, this is gonna sound stupid that I'm only just kind of like putting this together, but most games take place exclusively in Dracula's castle, so there's not any room for a forest level. Castlevania 3 and 4 are kind of like the only exceptions. Well, and Simon's Quest, of course. I'm thinking, well, Rondo, too. Rondo takes place mostly outside of the castle. Rondo / Dracula X. But I don't know if... Did Rondo have a forest level? Not really. It was a swamp level. Sorry, I'm kind of going off on tangents here, and it's because this part of the game is really not very interesting. It's just kind of like gray. This is interesting. I'm literally at a loss for words. This doesn't happen very often. I will say, if this is a school, then I don't know what kind of school has like bars on the windows. Probably a European one. The Dogether boss together makes his triumph. Speaking of Rondo, Dogether, together, Dogether, Dogether, dog ether, together, dogether, 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 together, dogether. Dogether? Dogether. I was trying to whip that bell through the wall, but unfortunately Nebula doesn't do that. That'd be a pretty cool little sequence break if it did. Because that would take me right to the last part of the level, but instead I have to do like a little underground section. Which is pretty annoying. Because the underground section is like dark. Yeah, I actually kind of appreciate the reuse of sprites from Rondo and from Symphony of the Night, not just because I really liked those games, but also because it does help maintain a sense of continuity. Because that's the thing about Bloodlines that made it so strange, was the fact that no other Castlevania game looks like Bloodlines. Not even this one, that's supposed to be a continuation of Bloodlines. This game looks like Rondo, which is a good thing. Rondo looks great. Bloodlines, the aesthetic of Bloodlines is unique, but it's also just kind of fucking weird. It's hard to describe if you haven't seen it, but I don't know, I feel like a lot of things in Bloodlines are like stockier, or like blockier. Nothing, like I just said, nothing in Bloodlines kind of looks like anything else. Which makes it hard to, it honestly makes it kind of hard to evaluate. The Nebula, I think, has some kind of magic property to it. I think on the fandom wiki it says it's holy, but the reason I'm dubious of that is because when if you whip the ghosts in the sandy grave with this thing, they don't take extra damage. They take like the same like reduced damage that you would with the whip, but if you hit them with the flame whip that you get later on in the game, they actually take like the magic damage. So I don't know if it's actually true that Nebula has that holy attribute to it or not. I feel like the together thing is supposed to take like extra damage from holy. So this boss is honestly pretty annoying. It's an interesting little challenge, this attack here. This is kind of the only thing it does that's ever like remotely threatening. Because you have to do these tricky rapid fire jumps where you keep your head barely below the surface, because if you jump too high, that can kind of fuck you up sometimes, because you'll like fall back down into the water, and then of course if you don't jump high enough, you fall into the stream. Fortunately, Mastered Shuriken makes everything better, and you can stay above them and rack up some mega damage by hitting the frog on his tail with all four at the same time, and this otherwise very annoying boss fight is over pretty fast. I was hoping I would never see another water combat boss, but as far as water combat bosses go, I would say that one is much less annoying than the fish boss from Dawn of Sorrow, because it moves much less. And that's always the problem with water bosses and water enemies, is the fucking movement. I think I'm going to fill out a bit of the map here, actually, before I go back and farm. Yeah, this is an interesting little detour. And this is part of what I mean when I talk about this particular section of Dracula's Castle is awkward to fill out. It's hard to find like naturalistic ways of going to all the different rooms. Oh, I haven't even mentioned. I was gonna say something about how I wish there was a better reward for these areas instead of like I mean, it's because I'm not using Charlotte that, like, Charlotte armor is not particularly enticing to me. Um, but Portrait of Ruin brought back energy tanks. After I complained all throughout Aria and Dawn of Sorrow about there not being any energy tanks, or, like, missile expansions. Missile expansions. Oh, God. I've played so many Castlevania games, and I still think in terms of, like, Metroid terminology. MP expansions. But they brought them back in Portrait of Ruin, which I'm very, very happy about. Especially because of how fucking hard this game is on its harder difficulties. Having access to a little bit of extra health or a little bit of extra ammunition is very much welcome. So I think we're going to come up here on the first cut. Not the first cut, but like but this little awkward jump where I'm going to pause, I'm going to go do some farming. Then I'm going to come back and I'm going to go to the Tower of Death, which is aptly named, to say the least. And that's not just because our good friend Death is going to be there, but also because the Tower of Death is the most dangerous part of Portrait of Ruin, in my opinion. Sorry, excuse me. Because the Tower of Death is the clock tower level, basically. And it's the most dangerous part of Portrait of Ruin, for the same reason that the clock tower is the most dangerous part of Dawn of Sorrow, which is the lethal combination of Medusa heads that petrify you and spikes that do a lot of damage. I've talked about... I think I already mentioned that the thing about Portrait of Ruin normal mode that I don't like is the fact that you take so little damage, but the Tower of Death, petrification makes you take double damage, and then spikes do a pretty good chunk that I think is based off of health percentage, not off of a flat amount. And so the result of that is that the Tower of Death is one of the few places where you can actually be in danger of dying on normal mode at my level of familiarity with the game. So I have to be extra careful, and it's really only a few rooms in particular that are dangerous. I'm also going to be doing some weird movement here because I want to try to fill out the whole map of the Tower of Death on one go. So I'm going to like wander around. I'm going to bring up the map a couple times. That scroll up there is, I think, the Tempest scroll, which is really, really good if you're playing as Charlotte, or if you're like using Charlotte the way you're supposed to, but I'm not doing that, so I don't really bother. And because it's actually kind of hard to go in there and get the scroll and then get back out again. That's the Nebula's special move, by the way. If you hit forward, and then the attack button, which I think is Y, would be Y on a Nintendo DS, then your weapons have, like, your weapon could do, like, a special attack. I didn't find many uses for the weapon's special attack, I'm going to be honest. But there I did, and I kind of feel like I never... This is the one thing about Nebula that's annoying, is that all I want to do is hit the enemies in front of me, but Nebula does not have any prioritization system. It doesn't know the difference between a Medusa head that petrifies me and a Medusa head that doesn't, so it just hits like whatever it thinks it's closest. Very, very unfortunate. And the one thing about Nebula that makes it not that good. Fortunately, though, I've been petrified a couple times, but I haven't fallen into any spikes. And also, fortunately, there's an energy tank here to restore your health if you've taken any damage prior to this point. Look at that, it's Gaben from Symphony of the Night. Or from Super Castlevania 4, he's back. And there's his buddy Slogra. Yeah, on hard mode, all the Medusa heads in the game, I'm pretty sure, will petrify you. And that makes this part go from dangerous, which is what it is on hard mode, to, like, ridiculous, which is what it is... Or dangerous to what it is on normal mode, to ridiculous to what it is on hard mode. Fortunately, I just got a whip upgrade, but I'm going to use the Nebula just long enough to kill that Cloaked Knight, because this room is probably the most dangerous room in the entire game. Like, getting out of here on hard mode is actually pretty tough, because every Medusa head petrifies you, and the Cloaked Knight, which is the floating knight guy with the sword, they're just really fucking hard to hit. They love to just, like, wander off the screen and not show up for, like, seconds at a time until they do show up, and then they hit you, and on hard mode, they are hitting you for a lot of damage. Probably enough damage to put you into the realm of If you get petrified and then walk onto a spike, you're probably going to die. And the other problem with that room is that there's just no good terrain to fight the Cloaked Knight on. Because every platform fucking moves. There's like one spot on the ground where you're not on a platform that's either collapsing or rotating. And it's a tiny fucking... it's a tiny area. So you don't have much room to maneuver. But fortunately, once you get past that part, you're kind of in the clear for the rest of it. Until we get, of course, to the boss fight of the Tower of Death, who you might have guessed is Death. And I'm probably gonna let this play out a little. I have a lot to say about this fight, so maybe I should get started on it now. I think this fight is really cool. It's also playing the good boss music again, which is what it should be doing. I also like how Charlotte's research basically involves, like, she talks about books she read, but she's basically referring to, like, things that happened in past Castlevania games. So her research is that she's played all the games before, so she knows generally what happens. Okay, so right off the bat I'm gonna say I fucking love this fight. This is the first fight in a long time that really, like, filtered me. Or, like, that I really had to practice to get down. This is, like, the first time since, I guess I would say, I don't know, I guess maybe, like, first time since Dracula X, maybe, that a death fight has been, like, a gigantic uptick in difficulty. To the point of, like, the game, like, he, like, centralized, like, the game is, like, there's, like, before death and then there's after death, basically. So it's exactly the kind of vicious difficulty spike that a Grim Reaper fight should be. And I also really should point out that the way that I'm playing this is wrong. What you're supposed to do for the death fight is you're supposed to fight him first as Charlotte, because in this form he takes reduced damage from physical attacks, but more damage from magic attacks. The trade-off is that his scythes are like metal scythes that will hit your defense stat. At a certain point he's going to change color. He's going to become, like, white and gray, and then the scythes are going to become red. And at that point, he's going to become vulnerable to physical attacks, but the red scythes hit your mind stat. So, yeah, there it is. So the trade-off is that he takes more damage from Charlotte during Phase 1, but Charlotte will take more damage from his scythes. And then Jonathan... He takes more damage from Jonathan in Phase 2, but Jonathan takes more damage from the Phase 2 scythes. And he just kind of cycles back and forth between Phase 1 and Phase 2. I think he phases back and forth depending on how much damage he takes, but it's not... I don't really know for sure, because sometimes he kind of does it rapid fire. I'm pretty sure it has to do with damage, because he doesn't often, like... Because he was in the other phase for, like, 2 seconds, and now he's back in this phase and he's sitting here forever, so I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Charlotte is actually pretty capable of beating death by herself because she has access to both magic attacks and her melee attack is not, like, terrible. So when I do this fight with Charlotte only, it's going to be going a lot faster, but I'm doing it on Jonathan because this is how I did it at first before I learned about the whole magic thing. And I just figured, this is just fun. It's just like, I don't know. Might as well, right? That attack of his, by the way, that horizontal scythe swing is like, that's his most dangerous attack. Once you kind of figure out what you're supposed to do with it, because this attack initially was really dangerous, but you just kind of have to not get baited into attacking him while he's standing still, which is what it's very tempting to do. While he's not moving, you kind of, like, the temptation is to rack up a bunch of damage on him, but you really just want to get him out of that attack as quickly as possible, destroy the links, keeping that, like, chain box, complete. That is so annoying. That attack is like... You just have to get a bunch of horizontal distance on him in order to avoid that attack, and that's just kind of hard to do depending on the positioning of the scythes. Because, like, there might just be scythes in your way. You have to, like double jump and, like, dive kicking down is really the only way I've ever figured out to consistently avoid that attack. And actually, if you're at the very edge of the screen, he can't hit you. with the horizontal scythe attack. So that's kind of like the other way to do it. And then this attack here is pretty self-explanatory. Just have to be careful to not go so far off the screen that you despawn Charlotte before the chains grab her, or Jonathan, whichever your other non-active character is. Yeah, this fight, this attack is like you have to hit the hands that link the chains together, and you should just do that immediately. You shouldn't really try to rack up any damage on him because the scythe bounces around inside there faster and faster. So the more time you spend in that phase, the less viable it's going to be to try to get past the scythe. So I just deal with it as fast as possible. Yeah, it's got to be damage based, because that took like 2 seconds. The thing about this fight that makes it really hard, with the way that I'm playing it, with like not playing it the way you're supposed to, is the fact that Death has so much health. Death has like 4,444 HP. So the fact that my whip swings are doing like 14 damage at a time means that this is going to take a while. Obviously, if I was playing as intended, because Charlotte at this point in the game can get a spell that does light damage, and light damage does the most damage to Death. So if I was playing this the way that I was supposed to be playing this, and like Charlotte was hitting him in these first phases, then this would be going by a lot faster. But I'm stubborn, and I guess I just wanted to replicate for you guys what the experience of fighting this guy was like. Because when I first fought him, I thought like I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that I was doing so little damage. And it wasn't until I went out of my way to try to fight him only on Charlotte that I finally understood what the concept of the fight was. Because I initially thought that it was like a World of Warcraft thing. Because like in World of Warcraft, sometimes bosses will have like vulnerability phases where they don't take that much damage for most of the fight, but then at a certain point in the fight, they'll take like massive increased damage. This is getting kind of sloppy. There we go. Good timing. Just as I start seriously fucking up, he dies. Wow, he said ass. I can't believe it. How long was that? That was a really long fight. This is the first Grim Reaper fight. The Grim Reaper fights kind of had this issue for a while where... Because the concept of the Grim Reaper boss all the way back in Castlevania 1 is dodge the scythes and hit the guy, right? But for a long time, that was really hard because the movement in earlier Castlevania games was so basic that dodging the scythes didn't really feel like something you could consistently do. Obviously, you can, but the impetus, not the impetus, the temptation, the solution that was more often found was just to sort of try to not really fight the boss the way that it was intended. In Castlevania 1 and Castlevania 3, this took the form of the Holy Water Stunlock. In Super Castlevania 4, they kind of changed the way the boss is designed. Super Castlevania 4, he throws scythes at you. I'm trying to remember this fight. Yeah, he does throw scythes at you in Castlevania 4, but it's just kind of like... So I guess they kind of pull it off there. In Bloodlines, the scythes are pretty easy to dodge. There's no death fight in Belmont's Revenge, which is pretty good, probably, since you can't like really move in that game. But the point that I'm getting at is that the Portrait of Ruin fight is like... This is the first death fight that I've encountered where it feels like I'm playing it the way that like I'm supposed to be playing it, where he's constantly throwing scythes and I constantly have to dodge the scythes. Dawn of Sorrow is kind of like that, but he only summons scythes like under a very specific circumstance. He's not like constantly throwing them at you the way that he does in Portrait of Ruin. What I'm getting at very laboriously is that it's a good boss fight. It's a well-designed boss fight. When I played this on hard mode, because on hard mode you deal like 25% reduced damage. So trying to do what I just did, like death with only Jonathan on hard mode, is really like not smart, especially because you're taking way more damage. Um, Although at that point in the game, you can buy high potions, and buying high potions is kind of like in Symphony of the Night. There's a particular point in the game where you can buy a really good piece of armor called the Diamond Plate, which constitutes a really dramatic defensive upgrade. And once you buy the Diamond Plate in Symphony of the Night, the game kind of becomes like Toothless. The game's already pretty easy, but once you do that, it really sort of stops being a problem. And in in Portrait of Ruin hard mode, the point when you can buy high potions is kind of like that, because now you can stock up on 9 healing items that each heal 200 HP, so it's basically like you just gave yourself 1800 extra HP. But I'm bringing this up because you can do that before the death fight. Before you fight death, you can just go stock up on 9 high potions. So if you kind of know what you're doing, he's not really that dangerous on hard mode. But the issue is that if you try to do what I just did, fight him with only Jonathan, with 25% reduced damage, you are going to be fighting him for like 15 minutes. And what I did when I played on hard mode Jonathan only on a fresh file was I went and I farmed enemies for the Royal Sword, because there's a weapon that Wind gives you. Once you kill 1,500 enemies, Eric gives you a really good weapon called the Royal Sword. Arguably the best weapon in the game. It's definitely like the top 3 best weapons in the game. Because it's an overhand swing weapon, but it like increases your attack by a lot and increases your int by a good chunk, and I think it increases your con and your defense too. It increases like almost all your stats, except for like mind, which is really good. And I just like farmed that up to fight death. Because I was committed to the whole Jonathan only thing. Unfortunately, that's not necessary on normal mode. The final guard from Arya and Dawn of Sorrow makes his unwelcome return appearance. I really hate that enemy. So what am I going to do now? Okay, I think I'm going to go on a little bit of a world tour here. I'm going to go back to a couple of different paintings. Again, I'm deciding what to do. Because now that I have the Toad Morph, I can access some places that I couldn't before. And I think I'm trying to decide like which one to go to first. I guess it doesn't matter, because I want to go back to the Sandy Grave to get a spell that is going to be necessary to get the good ending. I'm going to show you guys the bad ending, but after the bad ending is over, then I'm going to want to do the fight in the way that gets you the second half of the game and gets you eventually to the good ending. So I'm going back here first, and then I guess I'm going to go to the Nation of Fools, and I think I'm going to go all the way back to the City of Haze too, although yeah, I probably do have to, because I want to say I have a little bit of a margin, because what I want is 888% map completion, right? I don't care about 1,000%. And I want to say I end up with like 891% by the time I want to get to the Nest of Evil, which means that there were some rooms I didn't have to go to, which means that the route was slightly inefficient, but I don't know what exactly I could have cut out. Because the problem is that a lot of these squares in the paintings are just worth so much percentage. Because the maps are smaller, so each individual square is worth more. And then I was trying to like gauge in my head if the City of Haze, if I could have skipped to the City of Haze return trip, but probably not. Yeah, this is the basement. This is the place that I didn't go to before. This place on hard mode is a fucking nightmare, because those ghosts on hard mode are moving at approximately 500 miles per hour. They just fucking rush you, and you have to react really fast. And that's when you absolutely need to swap to Charlotte and put on Don Quixote and just kill them. That's why it's another reason why Jonathan only is really only viable on normal mode. Or on hard mode if you farm up the Royal Sword. Farming up the Royal Sword means you can kill these things a lot more easily. It's sort of like the... And this is a cool thing that the game did. You know, in Dawn of Sorrow had a lot of different, had a lot of different weapon types, but I basically ignored almost all of them. I think I tried doing one run with one-handed swords just so I could try out the Valman way. And then after I did that one run, I was just like, fuck it, I'm just going to use two-handers. Because that just like felt better, and it was a pace that I was used to. It's just what I preferred. But Portrait of Ruin added a lot of different weapon types that, and I don't just use one weapon type the whole game. I'll use a whip for most of it here in this run, but then once I do get the Royal Sword, I'm going to use it for in a couple of places. And the biggest thing about the Royal Sword that makes it good, honestly, is the fact that it buffs your intelligence, because int is where most of Jonathan's damage is going to come from. And then if you watch my hard mode footage, I think I'm using a different two-hander pretty much the entire time. It's a weapon you're never going to see in this run called the Holy Claymore. The reason you're never going to see it is because in order to get it, you have to like fuck around with the shop, with the merchant mechanics, and it also costs like 300,000 gold, which is doable in New Game Plus, because in New Game Plus you carry over all the gold you get from previous runs, but getting 300,000 gold in a single run is... I mean, it's doable, but I think it would probably take some, like... You'd probably have to go out of your way to do it. So this is a tricky spot, because I want to fill out the map, but that's exactly what happens when you jump too high. I wanted to... Okay, come on, Shovitar. This is actually a part where having both screens at the same time would be really helpful, because then I wouldn't have to, like, blind myself for... Oh my fucking god. Well, there's the first healing item usage in the whole run. I get through death, getting hit like 3 times, I fight him for like 8 minutes, and then I almost die to rocks. This is like... This is just what happens to me. Yeah, that was a situation where having a second screen to show me the map would actually be really good, because I could just check for map completion by moving my eyes slightly instead of bringing up a whole different screen. But... Oh well. That's another reason why I don't like environmental hazards. I'm just not like good at dealing with them. I think it's because a lot of them require patience, and I'm not a very patient player. I feel like I should always be like doing something. A Thousand Blades is a pretty good dual crush. It's the dagger item crash from Rondo. It's the dagger wind spell from Harmony of Dissonance. You throw a bunch of daggers in a line, and it's always that one is basically always good because you're just doing a bunch of damage. And the stipulation, the thing that's supposed to balance it, is the fact that you can't like move while you're doing it, and you're hitting a very limited range. But in practice, enemies tend to stay on the same horizontal plane as you for a long time. And racking up a bunch of damage like that is a pretty good, is pretty effective. So if I was really, like, min-maxing, I would probably be using more dual crushes, but I kind of don't like the dual crush concept. I don't know if I even talked about dual crushes yet. Basically, you spend a bunch of MP, and, like, then you and your partner do, like, a combination attack that does a bunch of damage. I don't like it because I don't really like the idea of a mega super attack that just gives you a bunch of damage for free. That was kind of my problem with item crashes all the way back in like Rondo and Dracula X, was like I felt like I was being given too much benefit for not enough like input and not enough risk. It did create an interesting element of Rondo, though, which was sort of like it made managing your hearts more impactful and hoarding hearts more impactful. Like you actually had something to do. I actually had something to do in Rondo with all the hearts that I was hoarding up, so it did kind of make the gameplay more interesting, but it also made the game easier. And Rondo's already a pretty easy game in the context of Castlevania. Dracula X, on the other hand, item crashes were much more welcome in Dracula X. Dracula X is kind of like a nightmare. Yeah, this was the part of the Sandy Grave that I didn't do in my first visit that I could have. I mostly didn't do it just because it would have been hard to kill all these ghosts with Jonathan's whip at that point in time. Which might sound like... and coming back to do it later isn't like a huge deal. This Jonathan-only gimmick was kind of... This is like the one instance where the Jonathan-only thing does kind of like... fuck with my routing, and it kind of reveals how stupid it is. But... but it's not a huge deal. As if like the 8-minute death fight didn't reveal how stupid it was. I actually kind of want to go back and see how long that death fight was, because I wasn't keeping track. This is the one part where hard mode would be preferable, because in hard mode the ghosts spawn and get to you faster, but here I have to do a lot of waiting for the ghosts to spawn in and then show up, and then you're probably not going to hear it between the music and between my voice. But if you watch the uncommentated footage, there's actually a little sound that plays whenever the ghosts spawn in. You can kind of hear them, which I didn't even notice until I got this footage, and this is like the last piece of footage of this part of the Sandy Grave I'm ever going to get. And that cause it would have been nice to know that earlier, because one of my complaints about the ghosts in this part of the Sandy Grave is that they do spawn off-screen, and that's one of my pet peeves, is enemies like showing up off-screen or doing anything where I can't see them. So knowing that they make a little warning sound would have been nice, but I didn't know that until it was too late. And here, I think if I really wanted to, I could have tried to get another square up in the left side of the pyramid, but I decided not to, because I remembered that when last time I did a run like this, also having a little bit extra percentage, so I felt like I could probably fudge it, and I think I was right. And if I wanted 1,000%, I would have to go back there a third time once I get the super jump. 1,000% doesn't get you anything. There's in the end credits, there's a bunch of like portraits that go by in the end credits, and getting 1,000% gets you one extra painting at the end. And actually, what's interesting is that even though I have 1,000% completed the game before, there's actually a painting in the end credits that I still have never gotten. There's like one last blank painting at the very end, and I don't know what. I don't know what causes it to appear, but every theory that I've heard makes it sound like I would have to do something pretty stupid. Like somebody said, it only shows up if you master every single one of Jonathan's sub-weapons, which sounds about as much fun as watching paint dry. I mean, in practice, ideally I would master all of Jonathan's sub-weapons by just playing the game over and over again and trying out different sub-weapons in different runs, but not once I've gotten used to the mastered shuriken, like nothing else is gonna be as good, and that's my theory, unless the axe does like fucking 200 damage or something. So what I would do instead is I would basically just be mastering the sub weapons just to do it, and I would be farming enemies to master sub weapons over and over again, which, like I said, it sounds as much fun as watching paint dry. So I don't really care. There's actually another really tedious thing you have to do in order to unlock. I guess I could just talk about this now. I already brought it up, so I might as well. There's several alternate modes in this game. There's the normal mode. There's like Jonathan mode. That's the normal mode. There's Richter mode. There's Sisters mode, where you play as the two vampire girls from earlier. And then there's Old Axe Armor mode. And Old Axe Armor mode is a reiteration of something that I actually never really did in Symphony of the Night. In Symphony of the Night, there's an item you can wear that turns you into like an axe armor, like one of the armors that throw axes, the armored guys that throw axes. And I never really, I think I kind of knew about it in Symphony of the Night, but I like forgot. And I collected so much like worthless Symphony of the Night footage, and I played the game for so long that I think I just kind of didn't want to bother once I did learn about it. And there's a mode like that in Portrait of Ruin where you play as an axe armor, but the way you have to get it, because old axe armor is a specific enemy that hasn't shown up yet, but is going to show up later in the game. And in order to unlock old axe armor mode in Portrait of Ruin, you have to kill 1,000 fucking old axe armors, which is like the dumbest shit ever. So I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to do Sisters mode either, because Sisters mode is controlled entirely with the touchscreen, and I'm not playing this on a Nintendo DS. And even if I was, I don't think stylus gameplay is very fun. Which is a shame, because Sisters mode sounded like it was really exciting. Like, I thought it would be cool to play as those two, but it's stylus controlled. And old axe armor also seems pretty funny, because you're like slow and you have very limited tools. You don't have any dual crushes, obviously, because it's just you. And I think that's like the hardest thing you could do in the whole game, is hard mode, max level 1, playing as old axe armor. I don't know how fun that is. That sounds like it's probably pretty slow-paced, which is not really my jam. Although parts of Richter mode are going to be pretty slow-paced, but there's nothing I can really do about that. Yeah, this part of the Nation of Fools on hard mode is like ridiculously dangerous, because all these Medusa heads petrify you. And getting petrified and then getting hit by those fire wheels, if you're playing as Jonathan, is going to do like ridiculous damage, because the fire wheels hit your mind stat, and Jonathan takes a lot of damage from magic attacks for that reason, because his mind stat is lower. I think I already explained that, but I'm just going to reiterate it. So I think on hard mode, I just like would never go there until like the very end of the game. Or at least until I had high potions, which I would have at this point. So actually, this is probably identical to the routing in hard mode. And it's convenient because the item that I want to get with the Toad Morph is on the right side of the Nation of Fools, and that passage with the Medusa heads is also on the right side. Which is why I went left first, even though it meant that I had to go left twice to get the statue's tier. What's weird about the Nation of Fools also is that it has a lot of items that are objectively worse than anything else you would have had at this point in time. Like there's a chest piece that you can get for Jonathan that's not just worse than the iron plate, but like substantially worse. It's like worse than the copper plate. And then the spiked boots that I just got too are like way worse than other things you would already have at this point in the game. I guess you can technically do the Nation of Fools like really early, as soon as you get the double jump. You can do it before the Sandy Grave, which I think is what I do in Richter mode, although I don't really remember. So maybe in like some route, those are better than what else you would get. So that's the item that I went all the way, that I wanted to wait until now to get. And the reason for that is because one of the mental training quests that Eric gives you to increase your MP requires that you have an int stat of 100. And the only really viable way to do that without like degenerate level farming is to equip Charlotte with enough items that her int stat is 70, because you might notice that what I'm using Charlotte for in this run is Charlotte will like pop in and then buff Jonathan with a strength buff, and then later on with an int buff. That's a cool little thing too, by the way, the fact that you can enter the... I don't quite know how that works, but I guess the painting only checks to see if you're on the same like vertical plane as the entrance. It doesn't check like to see if you're actually on the ground in front of it. That's the only explanation I can give for why I was able to do that. And I do the same thing in one of my Charlotte pieces of Charlotte footage too. I don't really know what that's about. But yeah, when Charlotte uses stat boosting spells on herself, it buffs her stats by 30. If she does it on Jonathan, it's only 15. So you want to get Charlotte's int up to 70 and then buff it by 30 with an int boost, and then that reaches the 100 threshold. And the Holy Veil is an item that gives her 10 extra int. So you kind of need that if you want to get Mental Training 3 as soon as it's available. Because depending on what level you are, that threshold might not really be achievable. You actually can't get 100 int on some of the difficulty levels. Like on max level 25, if you haven't already beaten max level 25, if you have beaten max level 25, then you get a thing where all of your all subsequent runs on that save file get plus 50 int, but if you haven't done that before, then you're like stuck at level 25 with not enough int to reach 70, and you can't complete that quest. I don't know how impactful that is though, because on the hard max level difficulties, there's also like caps for your stats. Like you can't go past a certain amount of health or a certain amount of MP. So maybe it doesn't actually make a difference, but that is just something that I noticed. This is a funny little episode. The reason they do this is because the way that you get... Okay, so the place where the good ending and the bad ending diverge is that I'm going to go back to the pinnacle at a certain point. The pinnacle, whatever it's called, the Master's Keep. And there's going to be a boss fight with both of the vampire sisters. And if you kill them, you get the bad ending, and you don't get access to the second half of the game. But if you use that purification spell that Charlotte just used on them, instead of killing them, then you get the second half of the game and you can get to the good ending. So that the whole point of this little like interlude is to indicate to you even more strongly that that's what you're supposed to do during the fight with the vampire sisters. Even though it doesn't really make that much sense, because why would Vincent leave his little safe spot? And why would a vampire just bite him instead of killing him? And which vampire bit him? Because there's not that many vampires hanging around. There's Bronner and then there's his daughters, and that's basically it, unless there's some other vampire that I don't know about. So it doesn't make sense, but it's just there to tell you like about that particular mechanical thing. So here, I think there's gonna be another cut here where I'm gonna have to do a couple of obnoxious, tedious things. So some of the quests in Portrait of Ruin are real like shitters, and there's one, Number of Fortune, where you have to farm gold such that the last 3 digits of your gold count are 777, and it's not just like if you get that once the quest is finished, you have to have that number and then go back to Wind and talk to him while you still have that gold number. And then there's another one that I actually am not going to have access to for a long time. There's a sequence of quests that are kind of like Mental Training, because Mental Training boosts your max MP. There's another sequence of quests that boosts your max HP, called Build Your Strength, and Build Your Strength 3 requires you to have 5 different types of cakes. And I think I was never 100% clear on what the game considered a cake, but there's a cake shop in the city of Haze that you can go into. And it's like a very specific thing. There's a cash register on the counter, and you can hit the cash register, then hit a light bulb right above the cash register to make a coin fall into the register. And depending on the value of the coin that falls into the register, you'll get a different kind of cake. And there are 4 kinds of coins that are initially available to drop from these light bulbs. So that was one cake that I just got there, and then the other 4 cakes are going to be in this room. And so the cut that's going to happen here is I'm cutting both to get the 4 cakes from the cake shop, and also, yeah, here's how it works. And the reason this is annoying is because you don't have any control over what coin drops out of that light bulb, and so you have to like farm for 4 different types of coins. It's really, really obnoxious. So you get 1 cake from that room on the left with the bartender, and then you get the other 4 from the cake shop. So that's what I just did. I just finished and turned in the Number of Fortune quest, and then I farmed the rest of the cakes. And now I'm keeping the rest of this in, even though nothing particularly interesting happens, just because I'm going to a new part of the map. I'm going to fill out not the entirety of the City of Haze, because there's a couple squares in the City of Haze that you need the owl form or the super jump in order to get access to. So kind of like the Sandy Grave, if you want 1000% map completion, you have to do an extra trip, not just there, but you also have to do an extra trip to the City of Haze, and you also have to do an extra trip to the Forest of Doom, because the Forest of Doom also has exactly one square on the map that's only accessible with the owl form. So those are all the reasons why I'm not going for 1000% completion. What I will do is I will get one square up on the top, from the top there that you only need Toad form to get through, and then another square in the middle of the map that I kind of ignored. Which I really probably should have just... I don't know. It doesn't make a difference. I should have just gotten it on my first run through. It's the square. There's a gap in the map near the middle teleport rune. But I'm just gonna have to. But that doesn't matter. I just have to dip down for like 1 second to get it, so it doesn't make a difference. Yeah, I like the City of Haze. I like the way the City of Haze looks, but I think this layout is pretty annoying. It's not so bad now that I have the double jump, but trying to navigate all this shit. Without that is pretty obnoxious. It's interesting how useful the fact that the shuriken throws downward can be sometimes, because otherwise I feel like I wouldn't really have any way of dealing with some of these bone throwers. It's just an awkward angle to try to hit things at. Because you have the axe for like upward trajectory, but like throwing down on something is something that in older Castlevania games you would need the holy water to do, or the axe, because the axe falls back down again. But it was easier with the holy water generally. So I think that's the last of the cleanup. I don't think I'm going to go back to the Forest of Doom. I think I'm now going to go up to the Master's Keep and get the bad ending. And that should be another cut, I think. I think I also cut at a certain point to get the Hands of the Clock quest. That one's really dumb. Hands of the Clock, it's a quest you can only beat if you talk to Wind while the game thinks it's either noon or midnight. And so the way that plays out in reality is I just close the game and I change the time settings on my computer to whatever time zone would make it currently noon or midnight, and then I go back and I talk to him and I get it. And I think I do that in a cut at a certain point. I don't know when exactly I do that, though. Already ready to die. Yeah, this is the, This is actually a pretty interesting fight, the way that you do it, to get the bad ending. Because it's actually, well, it's not really good either way. Trying to cast the Sanctuary spell, I guess I'll wait to talk about this until I do it, but trying to cast the Sanctuary spell on them is a gigantic pain in the ass, and it's really... What's frustrating about it is that I don't feel like you have very little control over when it's safe to start casting it, because as you saw with Vincent, the Sanctuary spell has a very long cast time. And you just kind of have to wait until they do certain attacks, and also they can like sometimes try to hit Charlotte and sometimes try to hit you. You don't really have that much control over that. So doing it the way you're like supposed to do it to get the good ending is kind of frustrating, and then beating them normally to get the bad ending is kind of like too easy, because they die really fast to the shuriken, and their combination attacks are not that difficult to ever really deal with. This is an interesting ending. A lot of bad endings are kind of like everyone died and it's all your fault, but this one's a little bit more interesting because it kind of feels like what does it feel like? I mean, it's very anticlimactic, of course. You don't fight Braun or you don't fight Dracula. You have a pretty easy boss fight with the Vampire Sisters, and then that's it. But it kind of feels like it could be like the end of a television show episode. Like, darn it, Bronner escaped again. Now we're gonna have to go fight him next week or something. That's the only. Her blushing there is the only indication that there's anything going on between Charlotte and Jonathan that's anything beyond platonic, which is interesting. Like, you'd think she'd be the love interest, but they really don't, like, play that up at all. They just kind of, like. It seems like their relationship is more professional, which I prefer, I think. Damn, that sucks, bro. So that's the bad ending. And what's nice about this also is that they don't like lie to you. They don't like roll the credits. They just give you a game over. They basically just tell you you fucked up. You didn't do what you're supposed to do. Go do it right this time, you idiot. Unfortunately, doing it right this time means doing something that I think is honestly pretty annoying. The proper version of the Stella Loretta fight is one of the two big problems with Portrait of Ruin. When I talk about big problems with games, generally speaking, my issues with games tend to fall into two different categories, where there's like endemic problems and there's very specific problems. And I'm gonna give the example of Circle of the Moon because Circle of the Moon has examples of both. Circle of the Moon has endemic problems because the movement isn't really very fun. You have to like double tap to dash. The jump is like straight up and down, which doesn't feel very good. But it also has specific problems. That being like the unbalanced nature of some of the DSS cards and the boss fights being overly punishing and a couple of the specific combat encounters like the Minotaur room in the arena. Um, Portrait of Ruin does not have any endemic problems. I guess except for maybe the quest system, but the quest system, you really only have to do it once, and then you should just play New Game Plus. This is more of a specific problem, where to beat the Vampire Sisters you have to protect Charlotte until she finishes casting the Sanctuary spell. Now that fight right there, that was pretty good, right? That didn't look that bad. But what's frustrating about that is that you're basically waiting for them to do attacks that allow that to be possible. And most of their attacks will put you in a situation where you have to move, meaning Charlotte can't stand there. So what's frustrating is that there's nothing you can really do proactively to make the fight go faster. And your level of individual skill does not have much of an impact on the course of the fight. And this is a difference in boss fight design that I'm going to come back to. The idea of a proactive versus reactive boss, where the way that the boss fight works is either dependent upon on your actions or not dependent on your actions. And what makes this Stella Loretta fight frustrating is the fact that like there's just so little you can do to influence the course of what happens. You're just waiting for them to pick attacks that you can not get hit by, and you're hoping that they target Jonathan and not Charlotte, because some of their attacks will like target one player or the other, and you might think they'll just target whoever's closest to them, and sometimes that's the case, and sometimes that's not the case. Like when Stella winds up her like sword slash attack to protect Loretta while she's casting something, she will always target whoever's closest to her, that seems to be the case. But then there are other attacks that will just target like either of them with no clear pattern. But this is a much better ending so far. Both of the ladies are okay. I don't know why being vampires gave them heterochromia. That's probably just a thing that like the character designers thought was cool, and then they kept in. I don't have an issue with it either way. I actually kind of like the way the Vampire Sisters look. I like the way the characters look in this game in general. I actually haven't had a chance to say that yet. The character design is really good. The character design is usually pretty good in Castlevania games. They never get... It's a little silly sometimes, but they never get too over-designed. Which sometimes happens with, like, Japanese games in this era, where, like, characters are just covered in belts. You probably know what I'm talking about. If you've seen, like, JRPG designs from this, like, mid-2000s era. I can't exactly give you guys any examples, but I hope you know what I'm talking about. I like how Stella looks a lot. I like how Charlotte looks too, but I'm not going to talk to it. Jonathan Morris is wearing kind of like Castlevania protagonist attire, where it's kind of tough to imagine somebody running around in the 1940s looking like this, but whatever. It's anime Castlevania, so people are going to look silly. I don't really have a problem with that. So here we are in the first of the 4 like back half of the game paintings, which are each sort of remixed versions of the first 4 paintings. This is of course a retread of the Forest of Doom. And speaking of remixes, I want to talk about the music again, because the song that's playing right now is a song that in the Portrait of Ruin soundtrack is called Crucifix Held Close, but was actually originally in Haunted Castle, the arcade Castlevania game that I never played, and it was called something else, but it was like the main theme. It was the level 1 theme. It was like one of Simon's themes, basically, because you play as Simon in Haunted Castle. And I just want to point out how as soon as Portrait of Ruin draws on a track from the classic era of Castlevania, it suddenly, like, the soundtrack becomes 10 times better. Like, I don't wanna sound like a dick, but most of the new tracks in these Igavanias are not good, in my opinion. They're mostly pretty boring, and like the big highlights of the soundtrack are always whenever it's like a Bloody Tears remix, or an Aria of Sorrow, the incorporation of like the Julius fight, where it's Don't Wait Till Night and Heart of Fire, both classic era songs. And then here, like, Crucifix Held Close is like one of everybody's like favorite tracks from this game, and it's because it's not from this game, it's from Haunted Castle. And like Haunted Castle is it's specifically praised for its soundtrack, and it's not like the classic Castlevania games only ever had good songs or only ever had good soundtracks. I had a problem with a lot of the soundtrack for Super Castlevania 4, for example, but something about the way that the music was composed between the classic era and the Metroidvania era, something was lost, and I don't know what it was. I'm not like a music theory guy, but I've just noticed that and it could just be a personal taste thing. It could just be like I just prefer the classic. Whatever style of music tends to appear in the classic games, I prefer more. But like, this song is so good, you know, and it's a shame that the rest of the music is not like this. What's interesting also, this is a digression. This is a funny little room. There's literally nothing in that room but a ghost on a toilet, which is like. It's a frustrating combination when the game incentivizes map completion and then has rooms or has squares of the map with nothing in them. I don't know. Maybe I guess I should just... I don't know. It's funny. I should be glad they put something funny in there, at least. And not just like an empty room. Interesting thing to note also about the route that I'm taking right now is that I think in that conversation that I was talking over earlier, they said something about unlocking the true potential of the vampire killer, which I'm going to talk about, which I usually do immediately after I fight Stella and Loretta, because the vampire killer, the fully upgraded vampire killer, is also like one of the 3 best weapons in the game. It's basically like the Royal Sword, the upgraded vampire killer, and then the Holy Claymore, which you're not going to see in this video, but if you watch my hard mode max level 1, video that I'm going to upload, I use the Holy Claymore for almost all of that. I think I already mentioned that. Anyway, I usually get the upgraded Vampire Killer immediately because it's so good, but I didn't do that here because you can't talk to them to activate the boss fight that gets you the upgraded Vampire Killer unless you leave the room and come back. And usually I always do that because I usually take damage on the Stella Loretta fight. So the way it usually goes is that I fight Stella and Loretta, I take some damage, then I walk back out to a save station, then come back in, get the Vampire Killer, and go to the Dark Academy. But this time, because I didn't take any damage on Stella and Loretta, I was like, well, I kind of don't want to just like leave the room and come right back in. So I'm just gonna wait until later to get it, because the Dark Academy has the Flame Whip, which is fine, it's good enough. And this is actually the first run of the game that I've ever used the Flame Whip, because this is the first run where I've no-damaged, I no-damaged the Stella Loretta fight, which is pretty cool. I like the Flame Whip. It reminds me of Simon's Quest. Not that I have a lot of fondness for Simon's Quest, but the Flame Whip was a cool idea in Simon's Quest. And harkens back to Christopher Belmont shooting fire out of the end of his whip in Belmont's Revenge. Yeah, let's just put more of these guys in the games. Let's just put an enemy in the game that just grinds the pace to a screeching halt, and you have to sit there and just whittle away at it 50 times until it dies. But it's crazy because, like, the Dark Academy, this is one of my favorite levels in the game, actually, and that's partially because of the music and partially because it's not full of anything annoying. The Forest of Doom was annoying because it had the bees. I don't really like the bees. Not the bees, as Nicolas Cage would say. And then, like, the dolls are annoying, the red axe armors are annoying, the plants are annoying, the tombstones, everything in the Forest of Doom is fucking obnoxious. But in the Dark Academy, they don't have any of that. So here's Malphus, aka Karasuman, making his triumphant return from Dawn of Sorrow to die. Not a boss this time, and kind of a strange enemy because I don't think I've ever actually seen that enemy get an attack off. I always kill it before it starts actually doing anything, which I think is the intention. One bad thing about the Flame Whip compared to the upgraded Vampire Killer is that the witches are weak to holy damage, but as you can see, resistant to fire damage. So the Vampire Killer would be one-shotting these bitches, but unfortunately the Vampire Killer does almost nothing, so I have to use the Shuriken. But fortunately, that's what the Shuriken is for. And this room is actually pretty funny, because the thing that the imps can do... Okay, they didn't do it here. But when the imps grab you, they'll either make you attack in place, or they'll, like, run you around. And they can actually run you out of the room. It's like they grab you and, like, escort you out of the room, and then you have to go back in and fight them again. It's pretty funny. Oh, here's another thing. Okay, here's something that Portrait of Ruin does that I absolutely fucking love, which is that it gives you, there's two boots, there's the Mercury boots here in the Dark Academy, and then there's going to be the winged boots in 13th Street, and those both increase your movement speed. And one of my favorite things in video games is when you move faster towards the end game, or like the further you get in the game, the faster you move. Morrowind does that, Oblivion does that. It just feels so good. Moving fast feels so fucking good. And it's like because like the game can tell you that you're higher level and you can do more damage here and there, but faster movement means that like every second you're playing the game, you feel stronger and you feel better, and it's just like, and it makes New Game Plus really fun, because in New Game Plus you start off with all your old items. So in New Game Plus you can start off with the winged boots from 13th Street and you're just fucking motoring. So that's one reason why because you can do these paintings, there's a little bit of variation in the order you can do the paintings, and I think you have to do Dark Academy first, which is good because you can't do 13th Street first, and the Mercury boots from the Dark Academy are something you want as soon as possible. And what's nice is that on normal mode, the decrease in defense is not a huge deal, but even on hard mode I would probably use the Mercury boots, because on hard mode it's weird because you'd think that the fact that you take so much more damage on hard mode would incentivize maximizing your defense, but it's actually kind of the opposite, because getting hit in hard mode is so much more punishing that it's now a lot more rewarding to just not get hit at all. You know, dodging is the ultimate defense, so to speak, and if you're walking faster, then you can dodge better. So, as soon as these things are available, I would recommend putting them on and then never taking them off for the rest of the game. Okay, the Frankenstein boss. I feel like I could write a dissertation on this boss. I kind of don't even know where to start. Let me just kind of see how this boss fight plays out, and I'll just kind of talk about things as they crop up. So, the Frankenstein monster can do 4 different things. He can do a machine gun attack, a missile attack, a lightning attack, and then he can jump. And if you're close enough to him, he can try to grab you, but... okay, that was a no damage. And I want to say that no damaging the Frankenstein boss is very rare, and is something that I was only really able to do after a lot of practice. The Frankenstein boss is problematic because, and again, like, that footage didn't really demonstrate this, but, the Frankenstein boss is problematic. Well, okay, maybe I should wait to talk about the Frankenstein boss until after this, because I'm about to do the vampire killer boss. Right? Where am I going? Oh, I'm going to go back to Wind to turn in some quests. Okay, so I do have time to talk about Frankenstein. So the problem with the Frankenstein boss is he's a constant positioning check, basically. He's constantly telling you, there are, like, different spots where you have to be at different points during this fight. And that's kind of why the Mercury boots are so important, because the more you can move, the better a chance you have of avoiding his attacks. So I'll start off with the machine gun attack. The machine gun attack that Frankenstein does, you have to be in a very specific position to dodge it. You have to jump over the first wave of bullets, then jump over the second wave of bullets in a sequence like that. But the problem is that if you're too close to him, you're not going to be able to do that. So there's this ideal distance to be away from Frankenstein, where you're constantly ready to dodge his, you're constantly ready to dodge his machine gun attack. But the problem is that the other 2 attacks, the missile and the lightning, both do this really irritating thing where he doesn't aim them at you. He aims them at where you were a few seconds ago. And I think this is supposed to be the game's way of making the fight easier, because it means that, like, if you're constantly moving, he won't hit you, but the problem is that the missile and the lightning both have a range that they'll hit a larger area than just, like, the spot you were standing. Like, the lightning has this big arc to it, and then the missile has an explosion that lingers for a few seconds after it hits, and because there's one specific spot you want to be at the whole time, the lightning and the missile are both basically telling you that there are now... the spot you want to be the whole time is not the spot where you can just sit and be the whole time. So it's constantly telling you to move, but sometimes he'll do these sequence of attacks that will give you, they'll, like, force you out of the right position to be in and then tell you to go right back into it. So here's the Whip's memory boss fight, and I want to point out again that here's a remix from Rondo of Divine Bloodlines, and it's one of the best tracks in the whole game. Fighting Richter here is really, like, it's where the upgraded Shuriken really shines, because you don't want to fight this guy with your whip. You should never attack Rondo. Never attack Richter with anything except for your sub-weapons, because if you try to get into melee range with him, he's just gonna fucking whip you, and he hits you for like 200 damage. Like, you'll get 3-shot in this fight, even if it's on normal, which is why I'm playing like such a little bitch and like not whipping him until I felt like I was absolutely safe to do so. Because I could kind of tell he was almost dead at that point. Usually if I've drained like 2.5 mana bars worth of shuriken shots, he's almost dead. So that's why I went for the whip shot at the very end, because I kind of felt like he was about to die. But normally I would recommend not doing that. And if you can stagger him over and over again like that, like I did towards the start of the fight, that's a really good thing to do. What's also nice though is that if you fuck that fight up, it doesn't count as a game over. So this is a deathless run, and I kind of told myself that if somehow I fucking died to Richter, I wouldn't count it as a game over, because the game doesn't count it as a game over. Fortunately, it didn't end up happening. To go back to the Frankenstein boss for a second, what I mean is that, like, if he does his lightning attack, which can hit, like, the spot that you're standing and also, like, a pretty good area behind that spot, then the smartest thing to do is to go towards him. But if he follows up the lightning attack with the machine gun attack, now you're too close to him to dodge the machine gun attack. And, like, basically what I'm saying is that the only reason I no-damaged Frankenstein there is because he never gave me, like, a shitty pattern. And that's another example of what I mean when I talk about proactive versus reactive, how much of what happens is under your control. With the Frankenstein boss, there's very little that's under your control. You can kind of control where he aims his missile and where he aims his lightning, but the problem with that is that if you're moving around a lot, then where you were 2 seconds ago could be a lot of different places. And I think what the Frankenstein fight is crying out for is some kind of targeting indicator for the missile and the lightning. Some kind of way to tell, like, where exactly he's shooting, because I think that would make it feel like you have the information you need to make an intelligent decision. And again, like, that Frankenstein fight was, like, perfect, but so I'm not really, what I'm describing as problematic doesn't really gel with what I just showed you guys, but trust me, if you've ever played this game, you probably know what I'm talking about, and if you've ever seen, like, people do, like, Let's Plays of this game, not like, you know, here's my best run, but actually watching someone suffer through that fight, you've probably seen examples of how that fight will just fuck you. And there's a particular thing that's going to happen later in the run, which is going to take all the problems with the Frankenstein boss and literally double them. But I'm going to wait a little bit to talk about that, because I think I could probably give a separate dissertation about that particular episode of the game. So the Frankenstein boss is like, it basically has one attack too many. It's like he can just do too many things, and he can because another thing is that, like, I don't think he ever used the missile attack in that kill. But the missile attack and the machine gun attack both have the same initial telegraph, which is that he'll, like, lift up his arm and, like, stick out his elbow. And that can be a problem because this correct solution to avoid a missile and to avoid a machine gun blast, or avoid a machine gun fire and avoid a missile shot, those are, like, two different things, and you want to be able to react correctly on the shortest possible notice. So that's also, like, a problem. So if that wasn't the case, if he didn't have the lightning attack, if he didn't have the machine gun attack, like, if just one of those attacks was removed, or if the lightning and the machine gun, or if the lightning and missile attacks had targeting indicators, I could think of, like, 12 different ways to make that boss not terrible and to make it feel more fair. And again, this is all going to seem so incongruous because that fight was so good, but that was not a typical Frankenstein kill. And I'm going to be able to expound more on this later. I was so busy talking about the Frankenstein fight that I haven't said anything at all about the Forgotten City, the second remix painting. I don't know why I call them... No, I call them remix paintings because the fucking Castlevania fandom wiki inexplicably calls them, like, remix paintings. Oh, I also noticed another thing that I'm pretty sure the Castlevania fandom wiki is wrong about, but that's not going to come up till later. I know, a fandom wiki having factual inaccuracies. Who could have guessed, right? I don't think that's ever happened before in the history of the internet. How would I rank the Forgotten City? I think the Forgotten City is, like, I don't know. Is it better than the Sandy Grave? Probably, yeah. It kind of has the same issues, which is, like, a lot of annoying enemies that aren't very fun to fight. These guys. And, like, some ghosts, and then some, environmental hazards, like spikes and, like, rolling boulders. And you'll recall that in the Sandy Grave, the rolling rocks almost killed me, so let's see if I do any better this time. I probably will, because I got the super jump. That's what the Griffin Wing was. that I got earlier, that's this game's version of like the super jump where you like fly up into the air and you like uppercut. I'm already losing my voice, I gotta like talk more quietly. Maybe I should just let the sounds from the street do all the talking for me. The Book of Death. Seems like an exciting item, but it's not. It's a book for Charlotte that I think is actually... I think it's actually never useful. It does dark damage, which is only good against Richter in the Whip's memory fight, because he's weak to dark, but he's also weak to the Master Shuriken, just like everything else in the game, so... I tell you what, fighting those lesser demons is pretty satisfying, because those are like one of the most annoying enemies to fight in Symphony of the Night. Symphony of the Night is the game that those guys are from. And in Symphony of the Night, they were really, really fucking obnoxious because they would just fucking walk it into you. And Alucard in Symphony of the Night, like... Symphony of the Night is easy, but it's easy because because Alucard has so much health, but Alucard's damage is actually kind of wimpy unless he has like one or two specific items, so you can't really kill if the lesser demon from Symphony of the Night just fucking walks towards you, you can't really kill it before it gets to you. And if you jump over it, it like just turns around and starts walking right towards you again, so it's just hard to it's hard to fight it. It's hard to find a good like position to deal damage to it. But here, the Vampire Killer is a Belmont Whip. It does holy damage. It's really fucking good, and they just fucking die. So that's very satisfying. I think I talked a little bit about this, and this, by the way, this was the cool gameplay thing that made me kind of forgive the otherwise questionable story element of if you're not a Belmont, the Vampire Killer kills you. I guess I like the idea that the Morris, if you're not like a Belmont, you have to do something special to get the Whip's power. Because, you know, like, I mean, there must be a reason only Belmonts can use it, right? So I'm glad that I guess I'm fine with it. It's a little weird, but what's most important is the gameplay element of it. And I actually just realized something, which is that I never explained why I don't have Charlotte out all the time. Because when you have, this is something that I have. It's been so long since I thought about. I didn't even think about it until just now. Or I didn't even remember to like bring it up. So the way the Portrait of Ruin works is that you can have your other like inactive companion out all the time, and they'll like run around and hit things and deal damage. But the trade-off is that if they get hit, you lose MP, and if you run out of MP, they disappear. And I have like this pet peeve in video games where I don't like things following me around. I don't like NPC companions being on the screen with me, like running around doing shit that I can't control. I don't like the idea of, you know, I lose a bunch of MP and I lose a bunch of shuriken shots because my AI NPC companion like wandered into some massive attack. So I never took advantage of that. Because I just didn't want to. And I don't actually know if there are any parts of the game that would be easier. Taking advantage of the... That's so fucking stupid. I hate these fucking blobs, dude. I hate these blobs. I hate these skeleton dragon riding motherfuckers. They're just so hard to hit. Because they don't know what they're doing until they do it, right? Like they can ricochet, they can like bounce off of things at different speeds and therefore at different heights. So their patterns are never consistent, and you just like never know what they're gonna do. I mean that's kind of like always been the the trade-off with using the super jump, is that it's super fast and you get a bunch of vertical distance, but you can like super jump into things if you're not careful. I just kind of have like a philosophy, which I'm going to come back to later. One of my central like video game philosophies is that if I can't see something, it shouldn't be able to damage me. This is a complaint that I had about Circle of the Moon a lot, to go back to Circle of the Moon, was that the level design in Circle of the Moon was like fucking like atrocious. Looking back on it, there were so many places in Circle of the Moon where enemies would just throw projectiles at you from literally off the screen that you couldn't see or do anything about until they were like, by the time you saw them shooting at you, you'd already gotten hit. That's what happened a lot in Circle of the Moon. Unfortunately, nothing like... I don't expect any of these games to be as bad as Circle of the Moon. And I actually kind of even feel bad about shit-talking Circle of the Moon, because I do think Circle of the Moon had some interesting like gameplay design decisions. But now I'm talking about Circle of the Moon when I should be talking about the mummy fight. Yes, Frankenstein and the Mummy, they're back from Rondo for round 3, I guess, if you count Symphony of the Night. The mummy fight is mostly good, except this attack sucks, because it's just, I don't know, I think I just don't have the brain power required to figure out how to dodge those blocks. In hard mode, it's actually even worse, because in hard mode, because he summoned 5 blocks there in like a little circle, but only 3 blocks got thrown at you, and that's because the developers agree with me that you shouldn't get hit by shit that you can't see. Like, projectiles being thrown at you from off the screen is not really fair. But so he summoned 5 blocks in a circle, but the only ones that he throws at you are ones that are on the screen. However, in hard mode, they decided to ignore that rule, that guideline, and you can and he throws all 5 of them at you, including the ones that are off the screen. So projectiles get thrown at you from off the screen, and it's like you're back in Circle of the Moon again. So that attack from the mummy guy sucks, but otherwise it's pretty good. It's cool that you fight the mummy man in the Forgotten City, because that whole fight is sort of like a crash course in the usage of the Griffin Wing. Because using the super jump is really useful to avoid a lot of his attacks. It can just kind of like be a panic button if you need to avoid one of his blocks, and like you don't have anywhere to go horizontally because he kind of backs you into a corner. Like, you have very little horizontal space to work with during the mummy fight, and that's by design, of course. What was I saying? Not very much horizontal space to work with. Yeah, so you can just take advantage of so you can just like move vertically instead to dodge things if you don't have enough room to move horizontally. I don't know why that was so hard to get out of my mouth. What's cool also about the Griffin Wing is that it actually can damage things. So if I super jump into like a ghost or an ectoplasm, maybe it'll just kill it instead of me taking any damage. Yeah, these old axe armors are excuse me, one of the few enemies that you can't just kill with a shuriken. The Armored Fleamen. They are back from Symphony of the Night, like so many other things. The Armored Fleamen are another, like, they're a perfect example of something that's fine on normal mode, but on hard mode, they're kind of, like, ridiculous. Again, like, I'm not going to talk too much about that. I'm probably going to save that for my hard mode, like, video. I feel like I'm constantly talking about everything except for, like, the actual footage that's playing on the screen in front of me. I like the pink sand. I like the pink sand and the pink moon. Look at that. Look at that pink fucking sand all over the deserts of Egypt. This is Exhibit A in my theory that this game was originally supposed to be globe-trotting, like Bloodlines, by the way. The fact that you're literally in Egypt. I don't know why Bronner would paint pictures of I don't know, maybe he went to Egypt, you know? This is the kind of thing that if this was like a modern video game, then they would like painstakingly establish why Bronner painted all these things. Like you'd go to like he'd be obsessed with like, I don't know, history. He'd have like artifacts from Egypt in his little like study room, and then Charlotte would say, "Wow, these are artifacts from ancient Egypt. This must be why he painted the ancient Egypt picture." And there'd be like his report card from the Dark Academy. It's like, the Dark Academy. That's the painting we were just in, Charlotte. This is the kind of shit that modern video games do. He'd have like a pie from the Nation of Fools, like a clown or like a clown costume or something. The city of Hayes would be like his hometown. They'd establish that. I'm not saying these would necessarily be bad things, but well, they would be because it would mean more talking. I don't know what it is with me. Okay, now I have the Royal Sword. So there's a couple places where I'm gonna, oh yeah, this is what I wanted the Holy Veil for, the 100 int quest, which I don't think I quite have enough for yet. I'm gonna buy a chest piece from Vincent here, which is gonna get my int up to, I think, 69, so I'm literally like one off. Which is unfortunate, because I really wanted to get this stuff done as quickly as possible, but oh well. Yeah, this is like a kind of a shitty spot in the quest area, because a lot of the quests that are available right now are just not really like they're doable, but they're not fun, or like not, they're stupid is what I'm getting at, because like Hands of the Clock, that's like the midnight one. The Gambler requires getting like 5 different random drops from 5 different enemies, including like enemies all throughout, I think all 4 of the paintings. I know one of the cards drops from an enemy in 13th Street, and I think the game makes you do 13th Street last, or second to last? Yeah, this is me, like, trying to figure out if I can raise my int up to 70, but I can't do it. There is actually an accessory called the Podolamentum or something that increases int by 5, but I think that's like a... Either you have to be like further along in the game, or you need like more shop points in order for it to show up. I don't really know. So yeah, the Royal Sword is royally good, for reasons that I think I've already talked about. It buffs your int, it does slash damage, which a surprising amount of things are weak to, which is another reason why the Shuriken is really good. Like the Frankenstein boss is weak to slash damage. Stella and Loretta, I think, are both weak to slash damage. I don't remember what else off the top of my head. Okay, okay. They don't make you do 13th Street last. Good, because you should try to do 13th Street as soon as possible. Because in my opinion, 13th Street is actually like one of the easiest. It's actually the easiest of the 4 paintings, because there's nothing in it, and it's my favorite. The music is good. Coincidentally, another track from classic Castlevania. This is the level 4 music from Bloodlines. Oh shit! Look at that. Don't try to do that in real life, by the way. No one is strong enough to stop that. I also like how it's not like an actual train. It's just the front of the train, whatever that's called, the cockpit of the train. 13th Street is relatively straightforward. There's no like environmental hazards. There's no fucking Quetzalcoatl's bouncing around. There's no fucking Frankenstein boss. There's no dragonflies, like, zooming around. I didn't even talk about the dragonflies in the Dark Academy because I was too busy... I don't even fucking remember what I was talking about, but I don't know. I'll have a chance to talk about the dragonflies later, because I have a lot of runs of this game to talk about, dude. I have, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runs of this game. And I didn't even play Sisters mode or Old Axe Armor mode, so this is a meaty game. Oh, I think this is a cut here. Yeah, I cut here so that I could... This is so stupid. I cut here so that I could close the emulator, change the time settings on my fucking laptop, and go and turn in the Hands of the Clock quest. Because what I really wanted was I wanted to get out of the Burnt Paradise and go down to talk to Wind and have the Nest of Evil quest be available. Because I want to go to the Nest of Evil right after the... Excuse me, right after the Burnt Paradise. But if I don't have enough quests done yet, then the Nest of Evil quest is not going to be available. So, so just for the sake of like streamlining the footage and making it so that I didn't have to like run back and forth, because there's a quest that tells you to go to 13th Street, and there's like a quest that tells you to go to the Dark Academy. Just for the sake of simplicity, I wanted to make it look like better. And I've never seen this drop before. This was the first time I'd ever seen the Surcoat drop. It dropped from an enemy that you might have noticed was a little bit different than all the other ghouls, called the Ghoul King. I had a quest to kill him. He's actually pretty scary. He runs really fast, and if he touches you, he poisons you. And poison in this game is actually a mix of poison. It's like has both elements of poison as they've appeared in previous Metroidvania games, where in Symphony of the Night, poison made you deal half damage and take double damage, I believe. And then in a lot of subsequent games, like in Circle of the Moon, poison did what poison usually does in RPGs, which is just deal slow ticking damage. But in Portrait of Ruin, they combined them. You take more damage, I don't know if it's double, you deal less damage, I don't know if it's half, and you take slow incremental damage over time. So 13th Street is pretty rough, is not as annoying as Burnt Paradise or Forgotten City, but it does have a couple of like real like crazy pieces of gameplay in it. And this room is like the craziest out of all of them. These Rippers are so fucking hard to fight for reasons that I think would be apparent in just the footage. They just kind of like spaz out all over the place, and they randomly throw knives at you, and trying to clear that room on hard mode is a nightmare. I think when I do this on hard mode, I probably get out of that room with like double-digit HP. Because on hard mode, each of those Rippers' attacks are probably doing like 135. Or somewhere in that ballpark. Instead of 33, which is like what I mean when I say that hard mode is insane. Yeah, this is why the Royal Sword is so good, because the Salem Witches are they take reduced damage. They take reduced holy damage, but they take more slash damage. So Jonathan being able to have the Vampire Killer, which does holy damage and has a long range, and the Royal Sword, which does slash damage and has like an overhand swing, it's like perfect. This is exactly the combination of weapons that you want. And the Holy Claymore is really not necessary. It's kind of like the Royal Sword, but slightly better in my opinion, because it buffs your int. It doesn't buff your other stats at all, but it buffs your int more than the Royal Sword does. And the thing about the Master Shuriken is that the fact that the Shuriken hits things 4 times means that it's drawing on your int stat 4 times. So increasing your int by a certain amount means you're actually getting quadruple that boost's benefit every time you use a Shuriken. Oh yeah, fun note there is that, so you might have noticed when I was in the Dark Academy, and I was hitting the ghouls with the flame whip that like skeletons were showing up, and back there Charlotte spawned in for a brief second and hit a ghoul with her her book, and it also turned into a skeleton. If you kill the zombies with fire damage, they don't die, they like turn into skeletons, and then if you kill the skeletons they die, which I think is pretty funny. That's a wonderful little detail. Yeah, see, this is when Portrait of Ruin is like delightful, when it's doing like visually creative things, the gameplay is fast, the music is good. This is like, the 13th Street is fucking awesome, man. This is like probably the best level in the whole game. I mean, to be honest with, it doesn't really have much competition, because a lot of the other levels are not like very fun, but 13th Street is awesome. And I remember not really liking this track that much when I heard it in Bloodlines. I don't really like Bloodlines soundtrack generally. I realized I was just like talking up classic Castlevania soundtracks as being like better than Egovania soundtracks, and I stand by that. But even so, I was never a big fan of Bloodlines soundtrack. It kind of has this like style that's more, it's trying to be classical, kind of. It's like influenced by Bach, apparently, from what I've read. And a lot of people say that the soundtrack in Bloodlines is like a fucking masterpiece. And I get where they're coming from, but I think just the particular style of it doesn't, like, it's just not my thing. Oh, they take 60 damage from the whip? Huh. I thought they were... Okay, that's interesting. I thought they took less damage than that. That's... Well, whatever. Still probably better to use the sword just because the sword has an overhand swing. And here, the sexy nurses, Injection Fairy Lily, the sexy nurses with the big Vax needles, do take significantly reduced damage from Holy, so I actually do have to kill them with shurikens. Okay, I almost made, you know what, I'm not gonna make any more jokes. I was gonna make a real bad joke about this room, which would probably not be good to say. So I'm gonna keep it to myself. It doesn't have anything to do with the vax. I'm not like a fucking insane anti-vaxxer. It's never mind. I was making a funny joke. Ha ha ha. Funny topical humor. I'm not Fuck. I shouldn't even have mentioned it. I shouldn't even have fucking mentioned it. Fuck, now the 12 people who watch this video are gonna think I'm some kind of insane Alex Jones listener. God damn it. And then YouTube's gonna fucking cancel me, and I'm gonna get put on a fucking FBI watch list. You know what, maybe it's fitting, because I think 13th Street is supposed to be based on New York, and being put on watch lists is like an American pastime these days. There's just so much to watch, you know what I mean? So many people, so many Discord servers full of military secrets that have to be monitored now. I like the idea that there's like an FBI agent in every like gamer Discord. That's got to be a fun job. The Archdemon from Dawn of Sorrow makes his triumphant return. What's nice about this enemy is one of the worst enemies to fight in Dawn of Sorrow, but that was purely because of the environment you fought him in. You fight him in like this tiny, cramped space. It's basically a closet, and his attacks demand a lot of movement. So it's like the game just fucks you for no reason. But here they make sure to let you fight him in a spot that makes a little bit more sense. So now I have the winged boots. I'm gonna be moving like fucking Sonic the Hedgehog for the rest of the game. It's super fun. And we're gonna be coming up pretty soon on the boss of 13th Street, which I'm gonna try to get ahead of a little bit, because like the Frankenstein boss was like over before I even started talking about it. So the werewolf boss is like also really cool. It's like it's one of the best bosses in the game. And it's good because it means that 13th Street kind of goes out with a bang. What's so cool about the werewolf boss is that if you get this, it's really easy to, well, you can consistently no damage him if you get this like certain pattern down, where you have to yeah, that's exactly what you have to do. You have to bait his little like grab attack, which he'll do if you're in front of him for a long enough period of time, and then like get in a few hits on him and then super jump back over him again. This is also like a boss fight where it's like, it's teaching you to use the super jump, because that's how you pull this off. But if you attack him for too long, then he'll start doing like other attacks, and you won't be able to keep him like locked into that little cycle. But if you can keep the rhythm down, that's the key word there, is rhythm. It's like a dance you have to do with the werewolf. It's the werewolf dance, and it feels so fucking cool to like pull it off properly. So that's the boss that I no damage like the most consistently, because there's a steady pattern you can keep up in order to lock him into doing the same easily dodgeable attack. You basically like bait him over and over again. until he dies. Super cool, super cool. And it's, you know, it's not necessarily as exciting as the Frankenstein guy shooting machine guns and missile launchers at you, but it's more consistent and it feels more like you are in control of what's happening, which is why I like it more. Like, that's the key. Whether you bait the werewolf into attacking you or not is dependent on your position. You're not just like waiting for him to give you a good pattern or not. It's like you played better, like you played well, so therefore the boss fight was successful and you no damaged it. Just like, damn, who could have guessed? Who could have guessed that good game design would be making it so that the way that the player plays the game has an impact on whether the player is successful? You'd think that would be like a game design 101, but that seems to have fallen by the wayside in a couple of instances in Portrait of Ruin. Anyway, there's the last of the mental training quests. I don't think I've finished the HP increase quest, and now here's the hardest quest in the whole game, Abandoned Greed, or as I like to call it, the math quest. So you're going to watch my brain working in real time as I desperately try to figure out how to sell items such that my gold quantity is like an even it's like an even number that ends with like 100 or 50, so that way I can buy items from Vincent until my gold hits exactly 0, because that's what the Abandoned Greed quest asks you to do. And I could have cut this out, but I think it's just kind of funny to watch me, like, desperately try to do math in my head. The problem, honestly, is that a lot of the sale prices for these items are just not, like, not convenient, depending on it's like being QPU aligned. No one's gonna know what that means. It's like, if you're on something that's on like a number that's divisible by 50 or by like 10, or by 50 or by 100, then it's really easy to stay on that. But if you're not in that like 25-50 sweet spot, it's really hard to get back onto it, because a lot of these, like, look at how awkward these sale prices are. They're all like none of them are the amount that I want, which is 35 to get to 750. There's like nothing that sells for that. So I have to try to find, like, I have to either go for 75, which would be something selling for 60, or try to skip to 100, but nothing is selling for 85, nothing is selling for 35, nothing is selling for 60. So I have to, like I said, I have to desperately try to do math, which I'm not. And it's not just math, it's math under pressure, because I know that this is being recorded. So I don't have time to, like, sit and figure out what to do. Look at how useless so much of this sales are. And, like, the items that end in 7 are just useless. Like, you basically never want that. 25 would get me up to 40, so if something sold for 60, or for 10, that would be good. Or for 15, that would be good, but there's like, oh, I think I did see a 15 up there, so if I did, like, sales for 25, no, 15 would bring me up to 55, that's also useless. But there was a 45 back there, so 55 plus 45 would actually get me what I want, so there is a roadmap to success here, but I'm only seeing it now with the benefit of hindsight, and, a lot of contemplation, and even that, like, took me a while. How do I get out of this? This is actually, like, a really difficult, like, gameplay thing. I feel like I'm gonna be stuck here forever. But this is what it felt like at the time. You're seeing the real Portrait of Ruin experience right here. And, like, okay, if I really wanted to, I could go to the City of Haze and, like, break the fucking lanterns and, like, lampposts until I got an amount of gold that would get me to a round number that I'm looking for, but But this feels more like a gameplay challenge that I have to overcome. It feels like a puzzle, actually. Yeah, 45, get me to 60. Then, but nothing sells for 40. All these quantities are so unhelpful. I think I buy something eventually to like 75. That gets me to 90. It's so hard, dude. Okay, now I think I'm trying to like buy stuff now. Yeah, what can I buy to like get this number into something manageable? 80? That's 635. That's not really very useful. 635, 15. Nothing sells for 15. 40, nothing sells for 40. You can't get out of this fucking cycle, dude. God damn. I'm on the edge of my fucking seat. I don't know how I get out of this. I feel like I've spent more time trying to figure this out than I think I spent on the werewolf boss. So this is unironically more difficult than the werewolf boss. What do I do? Okay, 15 would get me up to 30. 30 and 70 would do it. But the problem is that like the cakes have some useful numbers, but I can't sell the cakes because I need the cakes for a quest for later. Because a quest you need 5 cakes, so I can't sell the cakes if I only have one of them. If I have multiples, maybe, but okay. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Now I can sell the map for 25? Yes! Oh, man. That was a fucking ordeal. That's just not choke. Okay, good. Then just buy 2 anti-venom potions to get the last 200. Oh, man. That was exhausting. I feel like I need to fucking... I feel like I need to go take a nap. I mean, that was some scary shit. I thought I was gonna be there for another 30 minutes. I actually want to compare the time, like how long it took me to do that, compared to like how long it took me to fight, like the werewolf boss or the mummy boss. Because both those fuckers died pretty fast. I feel like the Frankenstein boss died pretty fast too. I'm going back to the Dark Academy to do a quest. I'm going to go back to the Dark Academy, then I think I'm going to go back to the fucking 13th Street, then I'm going to go to the Burnt Paradise, then I'm going to go to the Nest of Evil. And this is like... This is when Portrait of Ruin sucks, when you're running around doing quests. They should have just gotten rid of the quest system. They should have found some other way to get you the Royal Sword, and the Bible and the Cross, because those are the only useful tools that you get from the quest system. Although, actually, to be fair, there is other stuff you can get from quests that I've actually never gotten. If you master every sub-weapon, you can get Maxime's sword, Maxime from Harmony of Dissonance. But master every sub-weapon, like, I think I already talked about why mastering every sub-weapon is, like, fucking pointless. I mean, it's not pointless if you get something out of it, but it's not fun, is what I mean when I say pointless. Because it's objectively not pointless if there's a point to it, it's just not fun. Listen to that great song. It would have been cool if this level's track had like a piano in it and he was playing the piano part. I don't know if you could do that though. Oh yeah, is he gonna do it? Yep, off I go. That's pretty funny. I like that. It's always funny whenever bosses like just knock you out of the room. They used to have it to be a lot in Circle the Moon. In fact, I think there's a specific part in Circle the Moon I can remember, in like the underground catacombs, the level with the zombie dragon in it, where like this fucking mantis like knocks me out of the room like 3 times because I keep trying to like walk up to him and fight him, and he keeps on like attacking when I don't expect him to attack. So, that's the Dark Academy finally done with. Do I go to 13th Street now, or do I go straight to the Burnt Paradise? I think I go to 13th Street. Maybe that's what I think that's what I'm deciding on right now. Where the fuck am I going? Am I going back to turn in quests again? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, this part of the game fucking sucks. It's like, This is like what I mean when I talk about Portrait of Ruin. Like, it's like hitting speed bumps over and over again, man. This is why the quest system is terrible. The quest system fucking sucks. And the thing is, I have Nested Evil now, so I don't, like... Oh no, because I want Pray Before the Cross, right, yeah. I want the cross for something specific, so I actually do still have to engage with it. And I can, well, no, I can't really skip the cross. I don't know if I said what I want the cross for yet. I think I might just keep it a surprise. I think I just said that it was for the end game. I think I was probably going to leave it at that. I also might use the cross for the boss in the Burnt Paradise, although I think I do it just to get some skill points for it. Things were going so well. I was on a roll. I was like finishing levels. I was having fun. I was talking about how good 13th Street was, and now I'm back in the slog. Back in the busy work bog. Why not just fucking give me the cross? Why not just like... Why not? How about this for a crazy idea? How about instead of going to talk to Eric, going and finding the cross, standing in front of the cross, going back and talking to Eric, and then getting the cross subweapon? How about this for a crazy idea? How about I just go to the cross in the level, and then I get the cross from the cross? That's the sound of my mind blowing by that incredible piece of insight. Like, how did nobody think... Whatever. Who knows, man? Who knows what goes on in these people's heads? I'm talking about game designers' heads. Yeah, the Burnt Paradise sucks. And that's one reason why I save it for last. I mostly save it for last just so I can do 13th Street first and get the winged boots earlier, but I also save it for last because it's the most annoying, and at this point, if I do it last, that means I'll be the highest possible level, which means it'll go by faster. Although the things that make the Burnt Paradise annoying are not really things you can mitigate by being higher level, because mostly it has to do with environmental hazards and status effects. The twin symptoms of the cancer that this level is. There's nothing fun about status effects. There's nothing fun about having to stop what you're doing and open up the fucking inventory and drink a potion to fucking clear yourself of poison. I don't know. I guess it makes certain enemies more dangerous, right? That's the point. But like, you already don't want to get hit by enemies, so it's not like you're ever saying to yourself, oh, I'll get hit by this enemy, but I won't get hit by this enemy because it's gonna, like, no, you don't get hit by enemies. That's the point of the game. And then I've already talked about why I hate environmental hazards. I think I've sort of come to the conclusion that it's just because I'm impatient. And that's kind of how you beat rotating blades and like fire wheels, is you wait for the right time to go through them, and I don't like waiting. That's why things being proactive, that's why like the player being in charge of the pace of the fight and in charge of the course of the fight is so important to me, because it means that you never feel like your success or failure is out of your hands, and you never feel like you don't have any control over like what's going on. The only thing that I can say that's about the Burnt Paradise that's better than the Nation of Fools is that the fact that you have the winged boots means I'm not going to be here for as long. Yeah, those things. Those fucking things. The Vice Beetles on hard mode. This is actually, I think, a piece of pretty indefensible game design. On hard mode, the Vice Beetles like will shoot poison out at such a long range that they can actually, like, you can get hit by their poison breath before you even see them. Which, I'm gonna say again what I said before, if you can't see something, it shouldn't be able to hit you. Like, being able to understand that an enemy is present and that an enemy is executing an attack is a prerequisite to not getting hit by the attack. It's like... I don't think that's controversial. I think that's kind of like saying... Like, you should be able to see the pitcher in baseball. If you're a batter, then I don't think it's unreasonable to say, I should be able to see the pitcher before I hit the ball. Like, I think that just kind of makes sense. I mean, I don't know, maybe you could say, well, but Chauvitar... Castlevania games are supposed to be hard. That's true. You could also say, well, being a Major League batter is supposed to be hard, so we're going to blindfold you. Does that make any sense? There are ways... What I'm saying is that there are ways to make the game hard without making it feel irritating and unfair. Speaking of irritating, this boss is not that bad on normal mode with the Vampire Killer. The long range of the Vampire Killer really goes a long way to making this fight feel less miserable. The thing about this fight that's annoying, this fight's really not that bad. It's just kind of like a very small visual conveyance thing, which is the fact that sometimes it's like the spot you have to hit the Medusa to deal damage to her is very, like, inconsistent. Like, sometimes I'll smack her right in her fucking tits, and she doesn't take any damage. I think it's gonna happen here. Okay, I guess not. But it's like, sometimes I feel like I'll hit her, like, right in the face, and she doesn't take damage. And it's like, you have to hit, like, further down her body to deal damage to her sometimes, and then sometimes you don't. But the real thing about the fight that's tricky, and that this is just, like, takes practice to get used to, is the fact that she's constantly, like, swaying back and forth, like oscillating to the left and to the right throughout the fight, which just makes it really hard to safely approach and consistently deal damage to her, because you're constantly in danger of getting, like, bonked into if she suddenly decides to, like, swerve forward or swing back again. And that's the kind of thing that, like, you really just have to fight her over and over again and get a feel for how she moves, and you'll eventually figure out how not to get hit by her doing that. And I think that's all 4 of the painting bosses no damaged. I actually didn't even notice that when I was collecting the footage, but yeah, that's why I put on the immunity ring. The immunity ring makes it so that you don't get poisoned. So I guess the one exception I'll make for if you can't see something it shouldn't hit you is like, okay, yeah, if I super jump into something, like, there's nothing the game can really do about that. The game can't, like, not spawn any enemies throughout the entirety of super jump range, because, like, the super jump goes up so far. So I get it. If I super jump into an enemy, I'm willing to accept that that's my fault, but in other circumstances, it doesn't feel like it is. The Medusa boss, I guess I barely, like, talked about her at all, because I was talking about something else, but when she does her Petrify attack, this is a pretty cool little thing. The way you avoid getting hit by her Petrify attack is you have to look away from her. You have to, like, face away from her with your body. Which is pretty neat. I haven't seen that since Yogg-Saron in World of Warcraft. Although it's much easier to turn away from the Medusa than it is to turn away from Yogg-Saron, since in Portrait of Ruin you're operating in 2 dimensions and you can just, like, hit left or right to not look at her. And that snake attack, the attack where she turns into a snake, is actually pretty tricky to figure out too. What you basically have to do is when she moves off of the screen, like when she backs off of the screen as a snake, that's when you need to run away from her and jump, because the point, like, the height that you're at when she moves off the screen is like the height that she's gonna aim at, pretty much. And then she zooms back out super fast and gets you, so you have to, like, you have to react pretty fast. But that's when you should react. That was the thing that I had a lot of trouble with in that fight, was figuring out like when exactly I'm supposed to dodge and like what she's aiming at with that particular snake attack. And the Medusa fight, more than any other, was a fight that just got a lot easier with practice and with repetition. I guess the Frankenstein boss also got easier with repetition, but that was just because it was so, like, hard at baseline. And also, the Frankenstein boss, unlike the Medusa boss, like, how well you do it at the Frankenstein boss isn't completely under your control, because the difference between a good Frankenstein pattern and a bad Frankenstein pattern is pretty severe, whereas there's nothing that the Medusa can really do to, like, completely fuck you over. All her attacks are pretty straightforward. There is one thing she does, and I don't know if it's ever going to be in any of the footage, so I might as well talk about it now. It's like annoying, and it's another conveyance problem where she'll, like, the screen will shake, and then like her snake body will like come out of the ground and form these loops on the floor, and you have to stand between the loops, like the arches that the snake body forms in order to not get hit. I'm making hand gestures. I'm like making hand gestures showing a loop as if you guys can fucking see me. I'm talking into a microphone. Okay, sorry about that. And you have to stand between the loops to not get hit by them. There's like patches of floor that her body is not intersecting. But the problem is the game is just super fucking picky with like if there's a single pixel of your character touching like the dust clouds being kicked up by her snake body coming out of the floor, then you take damage. And because it's a boss fight, you take a lot of damage, even on normal. And that is one thing I'll say about Portrait of Ruin that I really like, is that the normal enemies like don't do enough damage at all, but the bosses at least do a ton of damage. Which is good. I've said before, I think already, that Portrait of Ruin hard mode, in a lot of ways, kind of exceeds the level of difficulty that I consider fun, but I do still want some difficulty, and like for some reason I just have a better time dealing with like boss fights than I do with like rooms full of like fucking bats flying around. I think it's just because boss fights are their own like self-contained environment, and they have rules. Well, good ones do. Good boss fights have rules that you can learn. Whereas with random bat spawns in like a larger environment, I don't know. Maybe the difference is just the boss fights are more fun for me because they're more like climactic, and it feels more satisfying to like kill a boss than it does to kill a bat. Maybe it's like an emotional thing. I don't know. Because my opinions about these games have changed a lot, and I spend a lot of time trying to like backtrace my opinions and my like emotional reactions. And Portrait of Ruin is like a particular case where Portrait of Ruin is about extremes for me. There will be parts of the game where I'm like, fuck yes, that was amazing, that was like awesome. And then there are parts where I'm like, this is total garbage and this is the worst game I've ever played. And the Nest of Evil is where those emotional heights come to a head. More so the negative than the positive, to be honest. But I don't know if I've talked much about the Nest of Evil. I think I've probably mentioned what it is. Generally, it's a series of challenge rooms. Very similar to the arena from Circle of the Moon. But I would say generally more fun. It does have one gigantic problem with it, which I don't know. I think I'll probably be there for a while, so I'll talk about it when it shows up. I don't think I need to like do it preemptively this time. But as you can see, this is pretty tricky so far. As was the case with the arena and Circle of the Moon, a lot of the secrets to these rooms is just understanding you don't have to fight all the enemies at once. Like that last room that I was just in with the Bone Arc of the two demons, if you were to actually try to fight two of those Archdemons and a Bone Arc at the same time, it would be almost impossible. Because the demons are constantly shooting projectiles at you that you have to dodge, and they're diving you, and then the Bone Arc is constantly creating lightning orbs that make a certain section of the room a place you can't go to. And yeah, this is where like the shuriken really comes in handy. It's just clearing out these rooms super fast. And speaking of Circle of the Moon, that's a much better Minotaur room than the one in Circle of the Moon, although of course it's less memorable. I guess I should explain what the Minotaur room in Circle of the Moon is now, because I'm going to reference it again. So in the Circle of the Moon, the Minotaur room was a room in the battle arena full of Minotaur enemies, and the only way to get out of it without taking any damage was to do this like very specific sequence of like jumping and then super jumping over their attacks. But it's not just like over their attacks, it's like landing like practically on top of them because their hitbox doesn't... You don't make physical contact with them and it looks like you should. My point is that the room in practical terms is like you're always going to take damage there, and like the skills necessary in order to no damage it are like a magnitude of difficulty above anything else in the entire game. But yeah, I should mention that's the reason why the Royal Sword is really good, because a lot of the enemies, a lot of the bosses in the Nest of Evil are weak to slash. You might have recognized that guy from Dawn of Sorrow. That's not the only return performance from Dawn of Sorrow. This room is really annoying because I guess I should talk about the dragonflies now. So the reason I was talking to the dragonflies earlier is because of the fire projectile that the dragonflies breathe out of their mouths. When it impacts the ground, it sends off all these different like smaller particles that also hit you, but they're like so hard to see that it just kind of feels like you're just getting hit by nothing. There are a couple things in this game that are like that, actually, where it feels like you're getting hit by nothing. And also the dragonflies like will move on in a set like pattern, or on a set timing without any kind of warning, other than you just have to know when they're gonna move if you want to not, if you want them to not like fly into you, which is almost what happened there. One of them almost flew right into me, but I happened to be winding up a whip swing as that was happening, and I killed it before it hit me, but it could have just hit me. It could have just flown right into me. So this room is fine on normal and like a fucking nightmare on hard mode, because on hard mode, the armored fleamen move as fast as the non-armored fleamen. So you have like this gigantic like phalanx of damage just hurtling towards you right at the start. Shuriken works pretty much the same both ways though, so it's not a huge problem. I kind of like the idea of the Nest of Evil. Like these like different... Because something that I've said before about Castlevania games, like what I appreciate about it, I'm going to bring up Dracula's Curse again. I've been thinking a lot about Dracula's Curse lately. One of the things that I said I liked about Dracula's Curse was how every room in Dracula's Curse felt like a puzzle. Where it's like, there's a way to clear this room, but you have to like figure out what it is, and then when you figure out, you have it solved, and all that's left now is just the correct execution. And I realized that that sequence that I just described could apply probably to any video game, like any situation in any video game, but it's like specifically enemies laid out in this way that it's like you have to figure out the best logical way to progress, like logically the best way to progress based off like the danger that the enemies present. My point is that I like the idea of individual challenge rooms, where it's like each room is its own thing that you have to figure out and solve. Most of the problems that the Nest of Evil presents are just going to be solved with the Mastered Shuriken, though. Like, it's just going to kill everything, pretty much. The only real things that are going to change is that I'm going to swap back and forth between the Vampire Killer and the Royal Sword sometimes. But mostly in terms of sub-weapon usage, it's just going to be the Shuriken. Yeah, I like the concept of individual challenge rooms, but the Nest of Evil is like, I don't know. It's like boring. I think, well, I guess if you go through any of the same room 15 times, it's going to get boring. I also wish the music was better. It's better than the music that plays in the Circle of the Moon Battle Arena. If you've never heard the Circle of the Moon Battle Arena music, you should look it up, because it's remarkably bad. And this is not that. Fun fact, actually, about the music, and you probably won't notice this until I get to the lower floors, but the further down into the Nest of Evil you go, the faster tempo the music becomes. It's very gradual. It's like you wouldn't notice it between floors, but if you teleport from like the 5th floor to the 1st floor, then you really notice it. So the gold skeletons make their triumphant return from Super Castlevania 4. It's been a long time since I've like shit my pants over super dangerous golden skeletons. These guys don't look so bad because the Nest of Evil, this is like the easiest version of the Nest of Evil, is normal mode, Jonathan, Mastered Shuriken, upgraded, like, Vampire Killer Royal Sword. This is like the Nest of Evil equivalent of, like, training wheels, pretty much. And it's not really until you get to Richter mode that the Nest of Evil becomes, like, just a fucking absolute nightmare. But in the context of Portrait of Ruin on a larger scale, this is still the hardest part of the whole game. Not so far. In fact, I actually don't think I've taken damage yet. I know I went back up to the save station to heal just because No, I actually went back up to the save station because I was out of mana and I didn't want to wait for it to regenerate, which I think is the same reason I'm gonna... No, I don't go back up. Okay, interesting. Oh, I guess I don't really need that much MP for this, yeah. Because this guy I'm mostly gonna kill with a Vampire Killer. This guy's also back from Symphony of the Night. Although there's only one of them in Symphony of the Night in the Catacombs, as far as I can remember. And this guy is different. He's, I would say, more dangerous, and not just because you're much squishier in Portrait of Ruin than you are in Symphony of the Night. He does two things. Either he'll, like, dash forward and punch you, or he'll shoot lightning. And the lightning will do a fucking ton of damage and, like, stun you, so it might tick more than once. I don't actually know how much damage it does on normal mode, because I've never gotten hit by it, but I know that on hard mode it does, like, 370, so it's a pretty good chunk. That's to Jonathan, of course, who has lower mind than Charlotte does. Damn, imagine if those guys died that fast in Dawn of Sorrow. Wouldn't that just be fucking beautiful? See, this is when Portrait of Ruin is good. When like, it's this fast-paced combat going on, where, like, the tension comes from, like, you don't want to get hit, because you know that if these things hit you, they're going to do a lot of damage. But you can kill them super fast, you gotta move super fast, the pacing is so good. The pacing is so good. I actually I wonder when I'm going to take my first point of damage. I feel like it's probably going to be on the next boss, because I think I fuck up somehow. If it's not here, then it's going to be on the room after this. So Agony is here from Dawn of Sorrow, and they're playing the Dawn of Sorrow third boss music. I talked a little bit about boss music earlier, and how Portrait of Ruin and Dawn of Sorrow both have horribly boring first boss tracks, and then the second boss track is pretty good. They brought back the Dawn of Sorrow bosses, and they recycled some Dawn of Sorrow boss music, but they only brought back the first and the third one, and skipped the one, shit. There was actually good, which is the second one. So what went wrong there was that I basically let him corner me. I let him do, like, the flame attack, and now I'm just spilling my spaghetti all over the place. I let him do the flame attack while I was, like, up against a corner, which is not really what you want because you are dealing with a very limited space. I guess what I should have done, really, was... I think I was trying to walk forward under him, because the way that you usually dodge that... Like, usually if he does the claw attack, you can't run underneath him to dodge it, because he does it so fast. But the thing is that Jonathan and Charlotte with the winged boots are faster, way faster than Soma Cruz ever was. So there actually are... You actually can sometimes dodge that claw attack in Portrait of Ruin when you wouldn't be able to in Dawn of Sorrow, and I just kind of overestimated that advantage, and I tried to run forward, and instead of getting hit by the claw attack, I just, like, bonked my head into the bottom of his body, which I didn't think was possible. I should have just slide kicked, but I didn't think I had to. Because slide kicking, and I was worried about getting hit by the fire attack, because slide kicking doesn't benefit from winged boots. So here is the room, and you've had a moment to, like, absorb this, because I didn't start talking about it yet. So here's the problem with this room. The problem with this room is that this is like a factory for no-win scenarios, where there are correct solutions for each of Frankenstein's 2 attacks, and the correct solutions are contradictory. And then there's the added problem, which is being displayed intermittently here, which is that the nature of the fight is such that, like, you're moving around so much that you will, like, you'll frequently have to, like, move in such a way that one of them is off the screen. And if you can't see them, then you can't see what the fuck they're doing. Like being able to see something, as I already mentioned in the Burt Paradise, is I think a necessary prerequisite to react to it. And in that room, it doesn't work out like that. This is like twice now. Like, I complained about the normal Frankenstein boss, and then that room is a gigantic problem. Again, like, it's not a big problem in normal mode, because you'll notice that I got hit by some machine gun fire there. For 25 in hard mode, that does like, I don't even remember, like 125, I think. Probably more than that, honestly. And then the lightning also hits, like everything in that room hits for way more in hard mode. And this fucking shit right here, let me just digress for a second. So this is really aggravating, because whether this room is hard or easy basically comes down to RNG. If the Iron Golem walks in front of the fucking axe armors, then it just becomes a shit show. But if the axe armors walk in front of the Iron Golem, if the Iron Golem backs up, then it's manageable. And I just wish there was a way to make one of those two things happen. Maybe there is, but I don't know. And that's kind of like the key problem that I have with the Frankenstein fight, is that there's nothing you can do to really influence his behavior. If you get super close to him, you can kind of sometimes get him to use a grab attack instead of anything else, but getting super close to Frankenstein means that you've now, like it's really hard to commit to that position, and you're not going to be able to stay there because you constantly have to move. So you just kind of have to hope that they don't hit you. You hope that you don't get a bad pattern that forces you to get them off of the screen where you can't see them. Because if you can't see them, you're just gonna get destroyed by all their projectile attacks. That's just what's gonna happen. And then the finale for the floor is my best friend Abaddon. He's back from Dawn of Sorrow. Everybody give it up for Abaddon. He's here and he's voiced, and he's fucking my shit up because I forgot about the cross and how the cross works. I forgot what I had to do for the sideways C attack. So this is like the hardest fucking boss in Dawn of Sorrow. Probably the hardest fucking boss I've ever played against. Not as hard as the double Frankenstein room, I would say, but in terms of individual bosses, individual single entity bosses, definitely the hardest one I've ever fought. Fortunately, the fact that I had to fight this guy so much in Dawn of Sorrow means that I basically know what to do, I know what kinds of things he does, and I know generally how to react to the different attacks. The reason I took damage on the sideways U attack is because I thought that the cross would destroy... I think I didn't react fast enough, because what I'm supposed to do... basically what I'm supposed to do there is just crouch and whip flail, and for some reason I thought I had time to throw the cross, then crouch and whip flail, but obviously I did not, so that was a mistake. Another thing about the Abaddon fight that makes it different here than it was when I first encountered it in Dawn of Sorrow is not just my personal experience with the fight, but also because Jonathan just does way more damage than Soma ever did to Abaddon. The vampire killer just fucking demolishes him. And the cross, if the cross was mastered, mastering the cross makes it bigger, so actually if the cross was mastered, I could have just used the mastered cross to clear out all the bugs, but the cross is a pretty high mastery cost, so I would have to farm for a long time to get it, and I just didn't really feel like doing it, because the Abaddon, it's not really necessary. The only reason I even need the cross there is for when he does the waterfall attack, when the bugs come in from the top and then swoop down, because you can't whip flail really to not get hit by that, so instead you have to jump. I need the cross to jump and throw at the bugs as they come in at the top of the screen to kill them and protect myself, but every other attack that he does actually can just be dealt with by whip flailing. So yeah, that floor in the Nest of Evil where it goes like double Frankenstein into fucking um, the cave troll room, into the fucking the double axe armor iron golem room. Like it's a big into Abaddon is like a gigantic difficulty spike. It's actually insane. But again, doesn't look that bad here. So here's the Sypha Trevor Grant fight. This is also from Symphony of the Night, but even though it's in Symphony of the Night, I basically had never done it before, because in Symphony of the Night, the way that I was routing through the castle meant that I fought these guys pretty late in the game, and also in Symphony of the Night, very little can really damage you, can really like threaten you in the first place. So the fight is not super hard to just beat with Alucard. And then in Richter mode, it's even easier because Richter can just use one item crash to just insta-kill all three of them. And that's why I'm kind of like fucking this up so badly, is because I didn't really have that much practice. And I also wasn't taking it like super seriously because I just wasn't expecting like to get fucked up as badly as I did. And like I thought I had it. What hit me? Can I just ask a question? What hit me there? So I've been taking a bunch of damage, right? And it's because I'm just like fucking up. I'm just not playing very well. But I took like 86 damage at the end there, or 83 damage at the very end there, and I literally didn't see anything that hit me. And this is the thing about this fight that's frustrating, is that because like the idea of the fight is that it's like you have to find the safe avenues. Grant and Sypha and Trevor are constantly telling you, okay, here are the places you can't go to, you can't be at this particular point in time. Trevor is like the centerpiece of the fight, because you can't get cornered by Trevor. You're going to have to find some way to get from one side of the room to the other side of the room, so that way Trevor doesn't just corner you and fuck you up. That's like the whole point of the fight. And then Trevor and Sypha and Grant collectively are like the obstacle between yourself and the other side of the room, and that's basically what the fight is built around. And it's just about finding the safe route between them. The issue I was having there is basically I was overthinking it. I thought that I had to super jump to avoid Trevor more than I actually did, because Trevor, like, sometimes if you jump over Trevor's head, he'll like hit you on the way down, and then sometimes he doesn't, and I don't really know what the difference is. But generally speaking, like if everybody's still, because their behavior changes if they get lower health. Like Sypha started off doing freeze, then she does fire, then she does lightning, and then like Trevor also gets more aggressive and has more abilities as the fight goes on. So I think if it's early in the fight, you can just jump over Trevor. And that was a lightning fast doppelganger fight. I really shouldn't have gotten hit at all, but I did. Oh well. At this point in time when I was collecting this footage, I really didn't, understand the doppelganger's AI that well. It wasn't until when I did Richter mode I had to learn it, but up until that point I was just kind of coasting and getting by with just shredding him with the shuriken. It's even easier than the Richter fight. But yeah, the Sypha Grant Trevor fight is just frustrating because the behavior of the three characters is so inconsistent. Like I think you might have even just saw it in that footage. Like there were spots where like I had to jump over Trevor to get to the other side of the room, and then when I jumped over him, he like threw a shuriken, and it's like, well, okay, like the right decision was to jump over him, so why did you punish me for doing that? It's like it's like very weird. I mean, I guess what you're supposed to do is do like some tricky jumping, so that way you jump over Trevor, but don't land on the ground, or don't get close enough to him so that you're low enough to get hit by the shuriken, and then super jump up like to get the rest of the way, but don't super jump too early, or else you'll super jump into Grant if Grant's in that position. So like that's what's frustrating about it, is that it's like you're trying to juggle 3 bowling pins at the same time. I realize that for juggling that's not that hard, but I'm not a very good juggler. So that's the last zone of the game. That's the last painting. And now we're on to the second to last boss fight. Yes, I said second to last. There's another boss after Bronner, and you will never guess who it is. You will never guess who the final boss of this game is, and I won't spoil it for you. It's gonna blow your fucking mind. I think this is the game's attempt to like draw a tenuous thread between like the theme of Bronner not accepting his daughter's loss, and then Jonathan accepting the loss of his father. I guess that's supposed to be like the thematic difference between them, but it's played kind of clumsily because there's not like Jonathan's situation is not really comparable to Bronner's. Anyway, the Bronner fight is actually a really interestingly designed fight because it's all about like managing space in the room. Because what he does is he'll summon like paint lines, and then a short while after he summons the paint lines, he'll do a certain attack, and you basically have a timer to get all the paint off the screen before he does whatever attack he's going to do. Because if you leave the paint there, it's extremely easy to be put in a situation where you have basically nowhere to move. Like, there's nowhere you can go to dodge his attack. However, in the base game, you have access to the Holy Lightning Dual Crush, which basically means you don't have to ever worry about clearing the paint off the screen because it just clears it off every time, and you can get right back to wailing on him. Although you shouldn't get literally right back to wailing on him, because all those little, like, red droplets he throws out everywhere, that stuff damages you. So that's kind of the game's way of telling you, hey, listen, you should spend the time after he summons the little, like, paint on the screen to get rid of it. Don't try to run up to him and fight him immediately, because you'll get hit by the red droplets there. So it's like after he does his attack, that's when you're supposed to run in and hit him. Not during the attack or like right after he paints on the screen, even though I do clear the paint off the screen almost instantly. So it's an interesting fight. You actually didn't see his most his like hardest attack to dodge, but it's interesting because it's all about like pacing and like respecting the rhythm of the fight, and also controlling like your positioning and the space that's available to you. It's teaching you the importance of keeping the screen clear. It's trying to, anyway. If you know about Holy Lightning, then that element of the fight is kind of lost, but otherwise it's just kind of a cool boss fight with some difficult attacks to dodge, which is kind of all you could ask for. This is another fight where it's like you can't control what he does at all, like you can't influence him, but all of his attacks are very clear. Like, you fucking know where the paint is. You know where the giant, like, evil painting monsters he summons are gonna be. It's not like the fucking Frankenstein monster where it's like, he's shooting lightning. Where is he shooting lightning? Ah, somewhere. Somewhere wherever you were 3 seconds ago, and then some random space around it, and also in the air above him and in front of him, so you can't jump over him. So, you know, somewhere in there that's where the lightning is gonna be. Oh, okay, thanks. What the fuck? Anyway, we're coming up on the final boss fight, and as far as final boss fights go, it's actually been a while since I've fought Dracula straight up. Because Aria of Sorrow didn't have Dracula, Dawn of Sorrow didn't really have Dracula. Julius Mode had like Soma, who like turns into Dracula, but whatever. And I'm doing some, I'm fucking with everybody's inventory because I am gonna summon Charlotte during this fight, because there's a specific attack that's gonna happen where like spikes come in on the side of the screen, and I want both Jonathan and Charlotte to be attacking them. So that's why I'm trying to maximize her strength there. Holy shit, it's him. It's the guy. Looking a lot more normal than his Bloodlines incarnation, but that's the story of this whole game. Everything in this game looks more normal than Bloodlines. Everything looks more normal than Bloodlines. Actual abstract impressionist painting looks more normal than Bloodlines does. So this moment right here, I had like exactly the reaction I think the devs wanted. When I was like, I'm fighting Death and Dracula at the same time, I was like, how the fuck is this gonna work? How am I ever gonna get this? And because I was thinking about the Death fight from the mid-game, which fucking like almost like hard filtered me when I first started. But there are some important differences between the way Death is behaving here and the way Death behaves in his individual boss fight. For one thing, he only does one thing. Well, actually, that's actually not true. Generally speaking, he drifts across the room, and then if you're under him, he attacks. And the trick with this fight is you don't want to be in a position where you're trying to dodge Dracula's attack and also get out from underneath Death at the same time. You want to bait Death's downward swing so that he's not on the screen when you're dodging Dracula's attack. Because dodging Death and Dracula's attack at the same time is really hard, and in some cases, like, impossible. So it's really just about, like, planning around the pace that you know Dracula is going to attack with. And that's what makes this fight so fucking awesome. Like, that phase was over, like, way too fast. I didn't even get the chance to talk about how much I like it. But I love that first phase of the fight because of the element of... Because it's up to you. You have to bait Death. Death doesn't do any, like, random shit. You have to learn the timing. You have to anticipate the positioning. You have to remember what Dracula's going to do. You have to get the right position underneath Death to hit him. Like... It's all up to you, and if you learn it, then you do it. But it's also, like, really complicated and really, really tight and really fast. So, when I say tight, I mean the execution is tight. Not like, that's tight, bro. Although, I guess that also is true, that's true too. And now we're on to Phase 2, which is, like, a very, very straightforward, well-designed, like, classic boss fight. This is, like... I'm not going to say this fight is perfect, because it's not quite perfect, but this Dracula fight is, like, it's so wonderful to see this fight after, like, a lot of the shit that happens at, like, in, like, the later half of Portrait of Ruin, specifically the Nest of Evil, like the Doppelganger and the Grant Trevor Sypha fight, and, like, fucking Abaddon and, like, the double Frankenstein room, where it's, like, all those bosses have shit that they can do where they'll just, like, fuck you, and there's nothing you can do about it, but this is so, like... It's so beautiful, and I'm really mad, actually, that I took damage there, because I really wanted to no damage this at the end. I don't make it like a requirement or anything that I no damage the final boss at the end of these runs, but I really like to do it, and I knew I could do it, because I'd done this boss so many times, and the reason I took damage is just because I was distracted. I was, like, looking at Dracula to see if the Bible was hitting him, as if that matters, and I didn't, like, pay attention to my positioning during the fire attack closely enough, and I walked into a fire thing, so that's actually really upsetting. But, well, not really upsetting. I'm not crying, but I really wish this had been a no damage. Because, like, that's... Nothing says that I love a boss fight more than showing that I've learned it well enough to no damage it. So this is the thing about the fight, by the way, that I think makes it not perfect. This attack that Dracula's doing here with these spikes is basically a waste of time. The idea is that if you don't damage both sides enough, then they come together and crush you and insta-kill you. But in practice, you're never going to not beat the damage check for it, so it just kind of wastes your time. And that's the end of the fight. I like that little line from Charlotte. A little bit incongruous. Incongruent? And then the sun comes in. The morning sun vanquishes Dracula, just like the ending of Super Castlevania 4. Which is honestly one of the best moments in Super Castlevania 4, is the very end when the sunlight comes through the window and destroys Dracula. That's like a great moment. And here it's replicated. So, that's Portrait of Ruin. This is the first, like I said, of many, many runs that I'm going to upload and then I'm going to commentate. I guess I should talk a little bit about the ending as it occurs. This is sort of like... I don't know. Dracula's presence in the game is completely superfluous in the context of the larger story. Because, like, Aria and Dawn of Sorrow is all about Dracula and all about, like, the Dracula powers. That's, like, the catalyst for the whole thing. But in Portrait of Ruin, it's like Dracula and Dracula's castle are just sort of incidental... It's what gets the story going, but Dracula has absolutely nothing to do with. I guess he was indirectly responsible for the death of Jonathan's father, so I guess that's something. But other than that, it's like, he just kind of shows up at the end for a fucking awesome boss fight, and that Death Dracula boss fight is one of the best boss fights actually in the entire series. It might be my favorite final boss fight in the whole series. Oh no, it's the tear-jerking finale. Eric Picard goes to the afterlife. This is actually, I don't know. It's very basic, but for some reason this part actually kind of gets to me. I don't know why. I mean, it's a normal human reaction to be sad about a story where they lose their father, but I don't usually have emotional reactions to like video game stories like this, so it's kind of, but this kind of gets to me. I don't know. The music is helping. This is a really nice ending track. Haha, Charlotte made a funny face. I love anime. I think that's supposed to be like funny, the fact that she was like sobbing hysterically a few seconds ago and now she's like pretending it never happened. I don't know. Uh-oh, I forgot about Vincent too. And here's like all our characters, all our like important characters are together, although I guess Bronner's dead, of course. I also think it's funny the idea of them like helping him look for Vincent while they're dressed in their like elaborate Victorian, not probably not Victorian era, but like old-timey era dress. There's Vincent. Oh well. Ha 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 ha. Fun ending. Fun game. Portrait of Ruin. You know, looking at this footage has kind of lifted my spirits and lifted my opinion of the game because I'm really oscillating between like extremes when it comes to my evaluation of Portrait of Ruin. Like seeing the double Frankenstein room go as smoothly as it did kind of took, because I was ready to just like rip that apart, and you know what, I probably will when I get to the hard mode footage, because I know for a fact that on hard mode that room does not go like that. Max level 1 hard mode double Frankenstein room is like, hope you brought potions, hope you brought some fucking potions. But overall, like, this game is really good, but like it ends on a high note. It does this. It does like, it's kind of like if Aria of Sorrow ended right after the Julius fight, where it's like, okay, we're not gonna top that, so this is just where the game ends. So it ends on a high note, and I don't know if I'm like, I still have to like spend some time to evaluate my position on this game. And speaking of time, I guess I should apologize for how long it's taken me to get these videos out. I don't know what schedule I'm going to be on in the near future exactly. Because I'm probably going to upload this before I finished all the commentaries, but I mean, I've noticed I have more subscribers now than I ever have before. It seems like my videos are getting like this tiny little surge in popularity, where they're getting like dozens when they used to get like ones, so there are more people around, so I kind of feel like I should try to get these videos out a little bit faster. The big 2-week break between the end of Dawn of Sorrow and the beginning of these videos, though, was ultimately necessary because I was dealing with some real-life stuff, and also, this shit just took forever. Like, Portrait of Ruin took so long. Like, Dawn of Sorrow and Portrait of Ruin both took so much longer than I thought they would. And it's like there was this one week where, like, every day of the week I said to myself, okay, today I'm gonna finish Portrait of Ruin. And then I was like, oh wait, I should do this thing. Okay, today I'm gonna finish Portrait of Ruin. Oh, well, I kind of want to do this thing too. Okay, well, today I'm gonna finish Portrait of Ruin. And it just kept going and going and going. Which, that, I guess, should also say something about the game's quality, because I don't really do that with games unless I really love them. Like, if I don't like a game, then, like, I can't wait to be done with it. But if I really enjoy a game, something about it, then I like look for excuses to keep playing it. That's what I did with Dracula's Curse. That's what I did with Rondo. And it's kind of what I did here. I kind of did a couple of runs that I probably didn't really have to. But yeah, these blank paintings are what I was talking about before a long time ago, where it's like if you get 100% map completion, or 1000% map completion rather, there's a painting of death, and then I think if you master every sub-weapon, or kill 1000 axe armors, or do something stupid, then you get a portrait of Dracula at the end. And that's the run. But again, I want to stress, this is the easiest version of the game. This all seemed like sunshine and rainbows, but when I get to the hard mode level 1 footage, I anticipate I'm gonna say some pretty disparaging shit. But that is like, it's like half sincere and it's half like motivated by anger. It's hard to have a detached opinion about the footage when I'm watching it and reliving it like that. But anyway, keep an eye out for that. Jonathan Hard Max level 1 is going to be next. There he is, my best friend Big Chungus. Hope you guys are doing alright. I'll see you next time. Keep on Earth rocking.